Michelle, let me know when you're ready. You ready? Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here tonight. I would like to call to order tonight's special board meeting, the budget presentation. Ms. Shope, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Yes. Megan Miller.
Present.
Tom Hankins.
Here.
Brian Anderson. Were you? Yep.
Here.
Brian Anderson. Brian Nichols.
Here.
Amy Levy. Greg Schneider.
Present.
And Tia Johnson.
Present.
All members are present except Amy Levy.
Thank you. And can I get an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second it. Motion approval of the agenda, or any discussion?
Question?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I was just curious. So I just noticed that there are 2 items for the ad hoc for this evening, and I just wanted to clarify, just because I want to respect everybody's time. Is this something that we could consolidate to one item? So if when people are done, they don't need to stay necessarily, or?
The ad hoc doesn't need to be here for the committee members, don't need to be here for the second one. Anyone's free to leave at any point in time they want.
Okay.
And we're not offended.
Okay.
And the reason that it is set up in this order is so that we could hear their presentation and the public could hear their presentation. We could hear the COLAC administration's presentation, get feedback from the public during public comment, and then if we need to vote on anything, then vote on it later. So.
Okay, thanks. I was just unclear because
Okay.
it sounded like over the weekend when I asked for clarification, we weren't going to do that.
If somebody wants to vote, they've put their they've put their time and effort into this, and we should respect that, and that's why I've asked them to come back tonight to give us their full presentation. I'm not expecting, with the September 17th information that Dr. Garrison gave us, I'm not expecting that there's going to be anything on there that Dr. Garrison hasn't already covered. So
I see.
I'm just anticipating that, but I'd like to follow the procedures, and it was motioned in the September 3rd Finance Committee meeting to move it to the full board for consideration.
Got it. Thank you so much
Following
for
procedures.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Can I get a motion? Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Tia Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our first item tonight is the Ad Hoc Finance Budget Committee initial recommendations. The purpose is to share the initial recommendations of the Ad Hoc Finance Budget Committee efforts related to identifying potential expense reductions and/or revenue enhancements to further reduce the projected $3.7 million budget deficit. The Ad Hoc Finance Budget Committee was called into service by Business Operations and Finance Committee on July 12th, and they were tasked with the following charge: to make recommendations to the Business Operations and Finance Committee on possible ways to balance the 24-25 school year budget based on committee research to include impacts on student and effects on the school district of Beloit. At the September 3rd Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting, the committee approved the motion to move forward the ad hoc committee recommendations to the full Board of Education for their awareness and consideration, as well as to the administrative team as they consider balancing the budget. The ad hoc committee was prepared to present their recommendations at the September 17th regular board meeting. However, with the changes in revenues, that presentation did not go through that night. So I have asked them to be here tonight to share their work and for us to recognize and respect their time, their effort, their dedication to the school district of Beloit, and realizing we're all in this together. We're all working towards the best interest of our students and our community and want to do what's best for everyone. It is important that we keep building these relationships and give them much thanks and appreciations, because we had several experts on that committee and really appreciate the long hours they put in, and they have helped us during these difficult financial times, and are willing, many members that I've spoken to are willing to stay on and continue this effort, because whatever happens this week, we're not through this financial crisis. Mrs. Fox is our chairperson for the committee, and I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. Like she said, I'm here today as the chair of the ad hoc committee, and I was asked to review this work before you make your final decisions. On September 17th, the superintendent presented a modified version of the proposed cuts using some of our ideas and adding his own. The ad hoc committee then met on the September 18th and felt since the district had a plan and was working on options, we did not need to meet until there was further direction from the board. So the committee has not met since that time. We are on hiatus, though a lot of the committee members are here tonight. Thank you for coming. But I agree with Ms. Johnson that it's a good idea to kind of revisit some of this. We know it's not going to be adopted as we presented it, but revisiting it and considering what must be done as you move forward, because starting next week, you're going to need to start working on 25-26, which is not going to be any more fun than this has been. The ad hoc committee was formed for the purpose of involving community members in developing plans or ideas for dealing with the financial crisis that we are facing. The ad hoc committee members were chosen by this board as members of the community that they felt they could trust. The committee members include former administrators, former and current teachers, a former board member, a financial executive, retired Beloit College professors, and a lawyer. Current board members and key COLAC staff attended our meetings. This gave us some good background and expertise to draw on. And we requested information about district programming, grant funding, staffing, facilities, etc. Some of the information we received and some of it we haven't gotten yet. We also gathered information from staff and stakeholders, which is the community and staff input document, which was on the board docs. That document was originally posted on board docs on September 2nd, and there have been no changes in that document. We developed some parameters for our work. First, we agreed that the highest priority was protecting the education of our students by ensuring that any recommendations we made were as far away from the classroom as possible. Second, we felt that any recommendations should be as fair and equitable as possible across the district. The priority here was the schools. The impacts of cuts should be equally and as equitably as possible distributed across the schools and the levels. Everybody needs to feel the pain, unfortunately. I do want to remind everyone again that some of the items that are not on the list of recommendations but should be considered as we move forward for next year. First, there are many items that need further and deep study that might provide some cost savings and should be explored moving forward. Suggestions such as closing another school, changing how we provide transportation, changing how health insurance is provided. These and other ideas will take time to consider and implement, more time than we had. Secondly, as we used a list of staff in the district who did not work directly in the classroom, and family advocates, STEM coaches, literacy coaches, interventions, et cetera, were paid out of grant money, and we were told anything involving grant money couldn't be touched. How and in what ways we utilize grants, however, I believe does need a deep dive for 25-26. So based on the information we had and the parameters that we set out, we made the recommendations that you see up there on the slide. We recommend that you cut COLAC personnel by 25%, which came out, given the numbers that we were given at the time, to $1.4 million some dollars. We believe that COLAC staff had grown despite the declining enrollment, and these positions are the furthest away from the classroom. The administration will and has been working on, and I reviewed Mr. Chadia's material over the weekend. They are recommending cuts, but those cuts come to about $525,000. The committee also discussed that the top-tier administrators might consider taking a salary cut, which could be included in that total. That recommendation was actually based on the experience of the Beloit College people, who apparently their college president and other top administrators did take voluntary salary cuts during a financial crisis. So there is precedent for that in other places. Next, we recommend that you reduce 7 assistant principals at $751,000. We recommended the reduction of 5 elementary principals, 1 high school assistant, and 1 assistant at BLA. We did 5 assistant principals instead of 6, based on the projected enrollment of over 500 students at Todd, which from the enrollment information I was given doesn't appear to have happened. There was certainly consternation and concern about this idea. There's always concern and upset about these kinds of recommendations. However, I need to remind you that you already have cut an assistant principal at each of the middle schools. We didn't hear much about that. The question is, has that affected discipline at the middle schools? I'm sure it has. Middle school is usually considered one of the biggest concerns for discipline. And then the other question becomes, is it equitable and is it fair that the middle schools are just cut their assistant principals and nobody else are even looked at? And just as an aside, I noticed that the middle schools also had 2 secretaries last year, and that was cut to 1 each. So their office staff was cut quite significantly. The other thing we suggested was to provide more shared services between buildings. As we looked at the list of staff not directly involved in classrooms, we looked at recommending that psychologists and counselors be shared between buildings. Again, the idea was that the cut be done equitably across the buildings, and that 1 person would share 2 buildings. We heard, again, we heard all about that and how important their services were and are, and no one doubts that. But we have to make cuts. And again, we are looking at preserving positions that do actual instructions to students. At this point, the administration is also looking at cutting some of those services. There was a counselor on the attrition list for last year, and there appear to be 2 more in Mr. Chading's upcoming presentation, as well as a psychologist. So those things are happening, just not planned. And the question then to me becomes, how are the services now being provided, and how equitable are those services across the district? Who's going without? Are they sharing buildings? Are now some people sharing and others not? There's questions to be asked. We also recommended the reduction of gifted and talented positions from 3 to 1. The district was able to move these positions to grant money, so there was a savings they all moved all 3 positions to grant money, which was a good thing. So that was a savings about $289,000. Those were, of course, the biggest and most important. We had some other minor recommendations, cutting the board salary of $10,000 some dollars. I don't know where you are with that. I don't care. It's not a big amount of money. Reducing the addendum contracts, $250,000. This recommendation was in one of the very first preliminary budgets. We just supported it. Dr. Garrison and Mr. Cheney assured us that that was the amount that was doable, but currently the number is only at $96,275. We also recommended reducing purchase services by about $500,000. This area includes things like contracts with outside providers, employee travel, technology, advertising, equipment rentals. This, I think, still needs to be thoroughly reviewed. Unfortunately, this category also includes payments to private and charter schools and transportation costs and utility costs. So it gets really hard to track, but I think we need to figure out some systems to do that. The committee was particularly concerned about areas such as using outside providers for in-service or speakers, and things like employee travel. One of the big concerns, because we are hoping that at some point we can move to referendum, was about public and staff perceptions about some of these things. Employee travel, for instance, may very well be covered by grant money. However, it is still taxpayer money. And especially when we have a budget crisis, both community and staff tend to get upset when they hear that some staff is heading off to other places on the district dime, especially to warm places in the winter. And on another aside, I had one teacher call me about there's apparently some big glossy flyers that are printed on both sides, kind of like all these political flyers that we're getting, that are going home about attendance. She said they get stuffed in the crushed and stuffed in a backpack and sent home, and she said they've got to be very expensive. She said they got to be about $2 a piece. Well, I don't know that, but she's thinking the district's spending $10,000 they don't need to spend. Those are the kinds of perceptions that we need to be careful of. Eliminate college credit reimbursement, that's been done. Placing a hiring freeze on all critical positions, that's a non-issue at this point. Fund 80 transfers, you'll hear more about that later. We had 250, I think it's more than that now. I'll say it again, I've said it before, budget cutting is a difficult process. It's ugly and painful, and $10 million, which is what we're aiming for, is exceedingly painful. Jobs are going to be lost. They have to be lost. We've lost a lot of jobs in this district. It should, however, be based on a well-thought-out plan that uses what money we have to support the key focus of the district, which is student learning. It should be based on the same parameters that the ad hoc committee used. The teaching and learning environment should be protected as the highest priority, and the impacts of the cut should be equitable across the buildings. I'm not sure that the balanced budget that you're going to be looking at, it really does that. So, next week you need to begin to work on the 25-26 school year budget. We need a much better process and plan for that than we've had this year. So, any questions?
Do any board members have any questions for Mrs. Fox? Thank you, Mrs. Fox, and thank you to the entire committee. We really appreciate it.
Board President Johnson?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, also, thank you. No, you're good. No, thank you so much. You can, if you want to start. I was just wondering if we have additional, is it okay for us to reach out with additional clarifications? I felt like your presentation was very clear, but I just think, is that cool? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
I'd also like to thank the ad hoc committee for the work that they and the time that they put in. And one of the things that I like to say is, from when you're working real close with a situation, you're really working real close, sometimes you got to take a step back to really see the whole picture. And this allowed me to also see that whole picture of our conversation. And so, again, I want to thank the ad hoc committee for the time that they put into the work.
Did you have a question, Tom? No. Oh, please, go ahead.
Just a comment. The ad hoc committee was formed to help us, the district, admin and us, to help us through this, negotiate through this budget crisis. And I know we have all thanked them, but I think it was imperative that we keep these people in mind who helped us guide us through this, and not that we're going to take everything they said and that come to board approval, but imperative that we listen, and I think admin learns and we learn from what they had to say to us, and thank you.
Again, I would like to thank everybody on the ad hoc committee for all of their time and their effort, and the recommendations that you have shared with us. We had shared those with the superintendent, knowing that beginning next week, we're actually have to start looking at the following year's budget. You know, some of the recommendations that have been made that may have not been adopted into this budget can be still included in the following year's budget. So just because those recommendations have come forward doesn't mean that they're being completely ignored. They just may take a little bit more time to do the study, to do the effort, and to make sure we apply them equitably throughout the district. So those recommendations will continue into further budgets. So thanks again for all of your hard work.
Well, Mrs. Fox and all the members of the ad hoc budget finance committee, thank you for a whale of a job. I know it was hard. It's never easy to do what you guys had to do and had to look at, and you did it with a lot of in-depth look and synchronization and lots of questions. And you, from what I could see, you basically left no stone unturned, and that's what we need. That's what always needs to be done when you're in a situation like this. So, you know, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Great job. Absolutely great job. Thank you all.
Brian Anderson, did you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, and my apologies for not being able to be there in person, but I'd like to thank the ad hoc committee as well. I think, you know, Carol said it best when she said, you know, you have to look at this, you know, some things you're going to suggest and recommend can be painful, and I think they did that with a lot of poise, and I want to appreciate that work. It's not easy work, and I think we've seen some of those recommendations come forth in the budget, and I think maybe even more importantly, we've seen some of that thought process come through in the budget process between the board and administration, and I have no doubt that it'll impact our thought process and how we do the budget, like you said, starting November 1, right, until we go into the next one. So again, my heartfelt thanks, and hopefully we can work again in some capacity.
Thank you, Board Treasurer Anderson. If there aren't any other questions or comments, we will move on to the next agenda item, the 24-25 budget presentation. The purpose of this is the school board shall adopt an original budget at a school board meeting scheduled after the public hearing and no later than the meeting in which the school district sets the amount of the tax levy. The school board must set the tax levy and adopt an original budget on or before November 1st. The background information is the 24-25 preliminary budget was published in the Beloit Daily News on September 3rd, 2024. The 24-25 preliminary budget information was presented to the board at the public through the annual budget hearing on September 18th, 2024. The board will adopt the final budget on October 30th, 2024. The original budget now incorporates changes that have become known over the course of the past 6 weeks, including utilization of the $11,325.36 per member within the revenue limit, third Friday in September pupil count report results, certified equalization property valuation for the district, certified state equalization aid amounts along with other local changes, i.e. 24-25 salary and wage increases. Dr. Garrison?
First of all, let me say again, thank you to my team who has helped me tremendously in putting together this presentation. Our conversation tonight will encapsulate a lot of different conversations and going through all of our different funds that we have. Most of you may have had time to look at what we have already posted. Some of the highlights we'll kind of go through naturally, and some of the things that we need to be concerned about we'll also kind of look at as well. I will say that this process has been, similar to the previous year's process with the addition of the ad hoc committee. Again, we were able to, get us to a balanced conversation in this conversation. There will be a need for further conversations in our school district as it pertains to possible next steps, referenda, and, of course, how we lay out our budget moving forward. The hopes in this conversation tonight is to make sure that we, capture your questions, board members, as we go. So we're not going to try to hold to the end to do the questions as we go through, and you may have a question that you may have. We will pause in between the slides to, capture if you have any questions. Naturally, we can still take questions in the end. This way, just in case we are, kind of in a groove and there's a question that may come up from anyone, we'll be able to answer those right away. There's about 36 or so slides in this presentation. Mr. Chady has about 3 minutes to get it all done. Just joking. Just joking. We will progress through the conversation as such. Again, I would like to thank, of course, not just my administrative staff, but to the ad hoc committee, to the teachers, to the staff members, everyone who had a conversation in this. But most importantly, I would like to thank the time that we put into this will yield the proper fruits that we want to have, which is, again, the conversation around a balanced budget. It is not easy. I think that goes without stating. We have a wonderful opportunity in the school district of Beloit, and I always say that. I believe if we continue to get it right, the more conversations will be more on the positive side for us. There are a lot of great things that are happening in our district. This is one that we also want to correct and get right moving forward. One of the things that I did speak about when I came here was that I definitely want to have a balanced budget. And here's another conversation where we are at that conversation again. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Chady. He's going to take us through these slides, and then, of course, as the conversations go, we will pause for any questions that one may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Before I begin with the 24-25 original budget, I just want to comment on a couple of things that were mentioned here earlier this evening. First and foremost, the ad hoc committee. I'd like to extend my appreciation to those members, especially those that are here as well this evening, for their time and effort into the process. I think that was good. I think it sets a good foundation for the school district of Beloit going forward for continued involvement of our community, staff, and taxpayers as well in the process. The other thing I'll speak to real quick is a couple of comments were made about the 25-26 budget process and that beginning, and it's kind of already begun, to be honest with you. We've had a lot of time over the last 2 to 3 weeks to do some reflections on what could and should have been done differently and better, and are making plans to do that more. This morning, our business office team spent some time reflecting on the 2025 budget process, some of the frustrations that we experienced, so we can try to minimize those going forward as well. And school board members, I will be reaching out to each of you individually to speak with you about your thoughts and expectations with regards to 24-25 budget building, and more importantly, 25-26 also. So just to put that out there for everyone. We'll move on to the 24-25 original budgets presented this evening. I certainly would like to thank Ms. Stephanie Elwood, our Director of Finance, who's with us this evening. Stephanie played a key part in assembling the many pieces of the puzzle with regards to the budget development. Brooke Walker, our grants coordinator, also a school business management student at University of Wisconsin-Whitewater pursuing her master's degree. A key member of our team is here also, so thank you to them. Not to be remiss, the other district administrators, from cabinet colleagues to principals, that also play a part in their budget development and giving us those pieces of the puzzle. So many hands, and unfortunately not light work. We'll talk about some budgetary challenges, kind of where we started. Boy, I think we all know this slide, right? Post-referendum, we started with about a $10.8 million deficit. Here we are today. We do have a balanced budget, though how we come about that balanced budget, for clarity and transparency's sakes, A number of reductions in staff, utilizing some Fund 73 assets. That's our other pension and other employee benefit trust fund assets, and moving those to the general fund, Fund 10, and also moving eligible expenses to our community service fund, Fund 80. And we'll talk about all of that as we go through the presentation. My guess is many of you have already seen that already, so that's good too. For board members, I do have a few notations on my slides here where I'm going to stop and ask for questions and answers as we go, just so you know. So we'll kind of address those as we go here through the evening here. This slide was used a couple of times throughout the preliminary budget process, and really what it speaks to are the key budgetary factors. So we'll start at the top, of course, with our declining membership. Our 3-year average in the preliminary budget, we estimated that to be 6,247. The reality was it was 6,276. And you can see the 3 years that are listed there: 22-23, 62-88, 23-24, 62-61, 24-25, 62-80, an increase of 19 resident students. We only wish that they were all attending the school district of Beloit, which they're not, unfortunately. More importantly, that change from 6276 to from 6247 to 6276 was an increase of 19. And if we multiply that 19 by that $11,325, and we won't forget the 36 cents in that second bullet, that nets out $328,435. So you would assume that because we have these 29 additional students factored into the revenue limit, that we're going to get an additional $328,000 in the revenue limit. And unfortunately, we only wish that that were true as well. Unfortunately, within the revenue limit, there's a declining enrollment exemption. So that increase of $328,000 gets netted against the declining enrollment exemption, which then goes down accordingly. So the real impact is that there's a net no change in revenues, which is unfortunate. A few bullets down in the middle, we talk about the equalized property value increasing. In the preliminary budget, we had estimated it at 10%. Last year, it was 16.07%. It had run, I think, 4 or 5 years in a row of some pretty healthy increases. The reality is that came in at 7.39%. A couple of comments there. This is on the Department of Revenue equalized property value, not on your local tax assessments. So this is district-wide, all property equalized and valued by the Wisconsin Department of Revenue. So that's the amount that goes up 7.39%. The reality is it has the only impact that that value has is within the revenue limit formula, in particular doing the mill rate calculation. So don't spend a lot of time on it, but just kind of pointing that out. The next bullet point down, our July 1st state general aid estimate from the DPI was just over $60,460,000. When we received our final aid payment on December 15th, that was $68,105,000, so an increase of about $7 million there. And again, even this morning, I think I heard on the radio on my drive-in news report about how $7 million came from the state to help balance our budget, and that's not really how it works. You know, the $7 million in growth in state aid is great for the property taxpayers because it reduces the property tax levy by essentially an equal amount, but it really doesn't provide any new resources to the school district. A lot of people would ask what drove, why did it go up so much? And really, I think there's two key factors there. One, we'll talk at the state level. In the current state biennial budget, the state legislature included or allocated more money into the equalization aid formula, first and foremost. So there's more money going into the pot. The state runs the formula and distributes those resources out, and we likely saw an increase. I think probably the larger factor was during the 23-24 school year, The district prepaid over $11,320,000 of debt that was outstanding. Let me make sure I get this right. In fall of '22, the district levied $11+ million for the Fund 39 debt service levy. Essentially, they collected all the money that was necessary to prepay all of the Fund 39 debt, and so that was levied in the fall of '22, collected then through the municipalities from January through August of '23, and then we facilitated that payment here in the spring of '24, March or April timeframe. So I really contribute that factor as the largest driving factor for why our state aid increased so significantly, because that $11.3 million became an expense in '23-24, and then it impacts our shared costs in the equalization formula. Way up here, and probably not much that you need to worry about, but those were the two factors that contributed to the large changes there. Salary adjustments, noted to be determined pending the negotiations with the BEA. Those negotiations went on for a period of time. There was no changes in the position by the district in particular. They kind of led with their best offer, or what they felt was the best offer with regards to row movement for BEA members. We did utilize a 2.12% salary increase for all staff in the preliminary budget, and then that was carried forward. And then the last comment here at the bottom of the page, one of the greatest things that impacted the district within the last really 10 days, 15 days or so, was increases in School District of Beloit residents that are attending the expanded independent charter school, the new local private school voucher, or other school vouchers, or through open enrollment. And those tuition expenses for resident students attending these other educational programming opportunities increased by over $1.5 million. Much steeper than what we had anticipated, but it is what it is. So I think at this point in time, I'll stop and just ask if board members have any questions on anything yet.
Mr. Chady, the last one, you said the increase of $1.5 million was more than what you had anticipated. Can you give me a ballpark of what you were anticipating there? Just 1.5 less than what it was.
It was 1.5 more. What we had in the preliminary budget for that level, I'll turn and look to you. We'll see if we can get that for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say a couple of things there within the revenue limit formula. One, we anticipated more students participating in the voucher school program than what the reality was that occurred. That helps us it helps us and hurts us. So it helps us because our expenses then were reduced. However, it hurts us because we kind of lose the revenue limit opportunity, and we'll talk about that later. And then the independent charter schools, while we anticipated growth there, the growth was stronger than what we had anticipated in both the number of students participating in independent charter schools, and the dollar value increase at the independent charter schools was also stronger than what we had anticipated at the time of the preliminary budget. So, and maybe now is just a good time to point out, we get $11,325.36 for every resident student. For independent charter schools students, our payment is $11,749, I believe, $29.49. It's about $400 more than what we bring in that we have to pay out. Other questions before we move on?
Mr. Hankins?
Yeah, so piggybacking on that, Mr. Chady, obviously you did you forecast our numbers going up or down? And when you put in the model our numbers came in as they did, and they are what they are. So when you forecasted the budget revenue, did you forecast that in, that we had a decrease in all this stuff? Or is that why we were short?
No, so going back, I think, Mr. Hankins, you're speaking about forecasting with regards to membership and enrollment. So we did forecast a decline there. You can see the top bullet point for 24-25, the struck out amount estimated at 6,192. It came in at 6,280, so an increase of 88 students, so more than what we had anticipated. Keep in mind, this is resident students, right? So this is not enrollment, not necessarily the number of kids that we're serving in our schools themselves, but it's the number of resident students that we can count no matter where they go to school. So again, that increased, that was favorable, it's good. However, it doesn't really result in any additional revenues to the district because of the declining enrollment exemption within the revenue limit.
Well, it begs the question, did you foresee a declining enrollment in the District of Beloit?
Well, most certainly. I mean, our track record would say that, and I would say looking forward for the next 5 to 10 years, I would continue to believe that we would see declining enrollment happening. Yep.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you so much. So a couple of things. You answered the first question I had, so thank you. Okay, so I wanted to point out, because there's a lot of folks here, that at the WASBO, which is the Wisconsin School Business Officials presentation I attended this summer, they talked about how there's a statewide issue of declining enrollment, and they projected that districts across Wisconsin, on average, right, not every district, is going to be losing up to 10, around, their projection is 10,000 students annually over the next 5 years. And so one thing I just wanted to point out, up against our budget piece here, is that in the past, I think there was some kind of a hold harmless, or they take a 3-year rolling average, so it mitigates, right, the impact of a declining enrollment. Since the conditions statewide are changing, I just wanted to ask if you had additional insight, because that presentation came from WASBO, as we're thinking about, many of the community members here might participate in, preparing for budget next year. Do you have any indicator as to whether or not there's a discussion of changing how they calculate declining enrollment into the equalization aid formula into the next biennial budget?
I am not aware of any such efforts, though I would say that now is the time that the state begins building their biennial budget proposals for the 25-27 state fiscal year. Mm-hmm. It's interesting because we'll have begun building our 25-26 district budget with the goal of bringing that before the board in the month of June of 25. But I would note that will also occur prior to the state biennial budget being finalized, which can very well have a pretty significant effect on district budget operations as well. Yeah.
So, in many ways, it's a shot in the dark, right? So, quick commercial break. We're having a legislative session on November 7th, so if that's something you'd like to ask our local lawmakers to consider, please attend or email them. My other clarifying question, okay, so the $1.5 million extra dollars, I'm really unclear, and I'm hoping you can clarify. I know that in this last budget, a lot of funding that went to education as a bucket went specifically to voucher schools, and I know there's a difference between voucher schools and charters, but I know disproportionately, I think they got 3 times the funding. I'm also aware of something, this is what I'm hoping to clarify in terms of projecting forward. There's some sort of a cap that's going to come off of that funding, and I'm wondering, is the increased amount, it seems a little nonsensical that it costs our district more money to send a child, it's more, they get more funding than we do, right, for the kid that comes from SDB to whether it's TLA or wherever else. Is that number, as those caps approach, falling off, is that number going to just skyrocket, or did that rate go up for a different reason?
good questions.
And that can wait, but I'm just trying to, you know.
I would say, I guess I would ask the board if we can address the open enrollment voucher school and independent charter school, because you'll see a little bit more detail on that
100%.
once we get into the Fund 10 general fund expenses. But Ms. Miller, your question about, you know, the state allocation, for whatever reason, the state has determined that the dollar value per student through public school open enrollment, through voucher schools, and through independent charter schools is a bit different.
Okay.
I don't know why that is. That, you know, the legislature somehow figured that out. It was adopted in the governor's biennial budget, so it is what it is.
Right.
You know, will it change? Might there be an effort to make those dollar values more equitable? Because it would seem to me that, you know, lots of times we hear that the state dollars should follow the student. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, but if that's the case, then perhaps the dollar value per student ought to be the same. And maybe even including to those students that are homeschooled that get no state resources to educate their child.
Thank you
Just
so much for
throwing it out
clarifying. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Yep.
Vice President Nichols?
Thank you, Board President Johnson. Mr. Chady, couple things. Let's start at the top. So what did our student count actually end up for the new year, the third Friday count?
I don't have that immediately available in front of me, Mr. Nichols.
It's 4,954. 50 something.
Yeah, the
Between membership and enrollment, though. So.
It would be the top, whatever color that is, blue, yellow. Colleagues coming to my rescue. Let me see if
I recall 4,954 was what was shown in the paper, but then I think that changed, did it not?
So enrollment, yeah, correct. 4,954 is our head count, number of students enrolled locally as of the third Friday in September.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Next question. I know this is just for past reference, but you mentioned the ESSER funds. What was our total ESSER? Was it 30 million, 1, 2, and 3 together? Is that about right?
I'll ask Ms. Brooke to dig into that for us. Yeah.
All right. Moving on down to the bottom. So, what is the voucher school rate that we're paying?
We record as an expense what the Department of Public Instruction records on our revenue limit is the amount that we can levy.
Okay.
So to tell you what the per student amount is, I don't know.
Okay.
Because the DPI tells us this is how much you can build into your revenue limit, and then that's the amount, you know, that ends up also as a corresponding expense.
Okay, then what about the open enrollment number? Is that a pass-through, the 11,365?
The open enrollment number is actually less than the revenue limit per member. So we bring in $11,325.36 per student. The open enrollment out value is $8,000 and something per student. I can't remember that specific 8,000. Let's just call it 8,900. It's probably plus or minus $100 from that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. We got that ESSER number?
It's just short of 39.
Just short of.
565.
I'm sorry.
It was 29,565,000.
29,565,000. 1, 2, and 3. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker.
Any other board questions?
carry on? Good, all right. So the whole premise about the budget and governmental accounting is that it's fund accounting. Many of you recognize that. We've listed here the funds that the School District of Beloit utilizes. We're going to go through each of them. We're actually going to do it in reverse order. We're going to start at Fund 99 and kind of back into Fund 10, simply because I think it makes more sense to end with the bigger picture of the general fund and then how that flows into the tax levy within the revenue limits first and foremost. So each of the following slides, I've tried to utilize the same template. So the fund information is listed at the top. There's a statement immediately above the chart that talks about how the fund can be utilized. That is directly from the Department of Public Instruction's Wisconsin Unified Financial Accounting Requirements. So that's where that comes from. The financial information that's presented, that budget adoption, is the 6590. It's a state statutory requirement publication of how the information has to be presented. So we've simply taken snapshots of each of the funds as we go through. And then where I can, I've tried to add some commentary at the bottom as far as how they're used. So this Fund 99, our cooperative program, essentially it kind of nets itself out. You could see total revenues there of $90,723, total expenses, the last line, $90,723. And really, the only two items that we utilize Fund 99, our cooperative programming fund, for is to support our cooperative hockey program. So we've got two. We've got a boys hockey program. James Hoy is, I guess, the head coach. And I did contact James last week and said, hey, I need some help. How many districts were in the co-op program? Because at the time, I didn't know. And he provided that there are 6 districts, though we only have 5 districts that are currently participating. So the expenses for the boys hockey program are allocated or determined based on a prorated basis. You know, what did the program cost us to run? How many students participated? We divide that out. We figure out what the per student cost is, and then we invoice these other 5 districts if they've got 1, 2, 3 students participating. So it kind of breaks itself out net even, so to speak, at the end of the year. Keep in mind, however, that since the School District of Beloit has students, traditionally boys and or girls, participating, we have to contribute our share too. So we don't get off free and clear. And then the girls hockey co-op has 9 area districts. Don't ask why one's got 6 and one's got 9. I can't answer those questions. And I was told that there were 7 districts that participated last year. Not quite sure that they know how many are participating this year, just using the information that was provided. So kind of a smaller fund, doesn't really have much impact, but just trying to be open and transparent that it's there and how it's used. And I'll pause here to ask if there's any questions about Fund 99.
I have one. Because these hockey groups are co-ops with other districts, could this be a Fund 80 expense?
It cannot. I don't know that it can because it includes other school district students in. I think the DPI would tell us that that has to be in Fund 99, though I think your thought process would be if, per se, a local independent charter school would have a couple of students that might be interested in playing hockey, I still think that that would end up being a Fund 99, yeah. The question that I might ask would be if there's like a homeschool student that was interested in playing a hockey, then what? Great question, and I don't know that I got a clear answer on that.
Go ahead, Tom.
I guess we're all in the quandary here. You know, if a student going to Lincoln Academy wanted to play hockey, well, I guess we don't know the answer. I think that we do because we can do co-ops with them. Yes, and my understanding is that there at least has been discussion with
the local independent charter school, the Lincoln Academy, about providing some of their students opportunities to join our teams. Athletic director conversation, Dr. Garrison will help figure it out budgetarily and financially, but the who can, who can't, it's kind of outside my realm of responsibility. You bet. All right, seeing none, we'll continue on. I think I got like 3 slides or so on Fund 80, and at the end of Fund 80, again, we'll take a pause for questions from the board. So Fund 80 is our community service program fund, and again, the information that's presented here is literally a cut and paste from the state WUFR accounting manual, and it speaks to how Fund 80 resources can be used. And you can see some of the stuff that's on there. I took no liberty to make any adjustments. There are certainly things that are listed there that were interesting and may very well come into play in future years. But it just, it speaks to how we can utilize that fund. So then the next slide speaks to how we intend to utilize the fund. And I've bulleted each of the major areas that we have budgeted in the original budget available for the board's consideration and adoption this week. We begin with a $50,000 commitment to the Beloit Public Library's Blunder Cafe. That was a 3-year agreement, so dates back 2+ years. We are in the final year of that agreement. We've honored and made that payments previously. If we go forward with that, I think there's some interest, but some questions about should we go forward with that in the future, and we'll just kind of leave it at that right now. Even Start programming, that was actually for the most part covered in Fund 80 in the 23-24 school year already. So we budgeted about $125,000 to support that programming. Those resources are mostly made up in staffing costs for our Even Start staff, and then some custodial expenses related to cleaning those portions of that facility. We are budgeting $3,500 to help offset some facility costs incurred by the district to support Beloit Civic Theater. Think primarily utility expenses there. There's some question about should the district cover custodial for them? Should Beloit Civic Theater pay for their custodial? And really we want to go back to the facility use policy and guidelines and pricing structure to make sure, again, that we're being equitable with Beloit Civic Theater amongst the many, many, many other nonprofit organizations that use district facilities as well. Many of you have walked the walking path behind Beloit Memorial High School. We are looking to do some utility and perhaps some lighting improvements along that path. There's been some efforts. There's a couple of the poles that are bad or not even working. There's been some efforts to try to improve the lighting. And in the process, in the past, they removed the reflectors at the top of the lighting that were used to shield the light down onto the path. So now the light goes more sideways than down. It's not really energy efficient lighting, and perhaps most importantly, the current lighting for that path is tied to Beloit Memorial High School's utility meter. So district taxpayers are paying for it. Well, I guess you're going to pay for it either way, right? You're going to pay for it through Fund 10, or we can pay for it through Fund 80, but moving those utility costs in particular outside of the general fund helps to free up some modest dollars. And don't ask me how much money it's going to be. I really don't know because we don't have a meter on it to be able to quantify what that cost is. But in those regards, we're looking to do a separate meter and perhaps reviewing some other lighting improvement opportunities to make it more energy efficient and get the light where it's supposed to be. School resource officers budgeted $283,449 as per the current memorandum of understanding with the city of Beloit. It is an eligible expense. Other districts do it. In fact, I got a phone call from a member of the BEA last week, Wednesday, Thursday, something like that, with regards to this. Just so happened at the time that I was looking at some information from the Monona Grove School District, who has charged their school resource officers to their Fund 80 Community Service Fund for a number of years. Police security presence at Beloit Memorial High School events separated from the SRO cost because that does come to the district separately. We estimate that to be about $12,000, about $1,000 per month based upon the activity. Of course, some months, because of the number of activities, are higher, some months are lower, fairly negligible costs, keeping in mind that we can only charge actual costs to the Community Service Fund. So if the actual costs come in at $9,200, that's all we can charge there. We can't charge $12,000 as budget. So those are the programmatic plans with the Community Service Fund. I would call out the bottom commentary at, really including this in the budget preserves the district the opportunity to allocate these program expenses to Fund 80. It doesn't require us to do it. It's an opportunity. It's not an anchor. So if for whatever reason throughout the year we find out, you know what, we're just not certain about the Beloit Civic Theater, we don't think that's right. Same could be said for school resource officers. We don't have to charge it to Fund 80 come June, or actually school resource officers, we estimate that in June. We actually get the invoice in August. So we don't have to charge it if all of our ducks aren't in line, inappropriate for us to do. So again, it's about preserving the opportunity. One more slide on Community Service Fund. So you'll note here, total revenues, $350,000. Total expenses, almost $475,000. Why aren't we increasing the levy to fully cover the expenses? Because we do have a sizable fund balance in Fund 80 currently, $563,000. So we are intentionally using a portion of the fund balance, and the intention is to use an equitable portion in each of the next 3 to 4 years to reduce the fund balance while still retaining the programming there. Significant changes from the prelim budget, the school resource officers moving from Fund 10, and then also that police presence at the events. So essentially that takes about $300,000 out of the general fund operation Fund 10 budget, which then provides us the opportunity to utilize those resources internally, recognizing full well that it's a cost shift. It's moving the levy amount outside of the revenue limit to the local taxpayers. The levy impact on the local taxpayers is relatively negligible, though. The last comment, in the preliminary budget, we had estimated a tax levy of $250,000 with the extent of programming that we've identified eligible to move to the Community Service Fund. We felt it was appropriate to increase that levy by $100,000. And again, we're still utilizing about $80,000 or so of the fund balance within Fund 80. I'll stop there and ask if there's questions from the board.
Any questions? Mr. Hankins?
Yes, I have two, and I don't want to lose track of one, so I'll put the first one first. I lost that one. I want to go back to what you said, that you had conversation with a BEA rep or somebody, and then you said something about Monona Grove. What were those comments made about this fund?
So I think the concern from the BEA was about the long-term vitality of the school resource officers. And I don't see that as being an issue. You know, where we pay for the school resource officers really shouldn't, that's not a huge hurdle or concern going forward. I would also say that the BEA had questions about, is this an effort to perhaps end the school resource officer program? My year and a half in the district, I've heard no such comments about that. The one comment that I did share with the BEA is that I did hear commentary about, do we need a school resource officer at both Aldrich and at Fruzen? And that's a good question, and that's not for me to answer, but I would say that prior to the reconfiguration, there was one school resource officer assigned to the middle schools on the west side and one school resource officer assigned to the middle schools, or the intermediate schools, I guess, at that point in time, on the east side of town. Now that we have all the do we still need that third SRO? And again, not for me to decide. What I will say is that if the decision is made in the future, and if the expense is charged to the Community Service Fund, Fund 80, that doesn't provide us any budgetary savings in Fund 10. So let's say an SRO costs us $120,000, it's in that range, right? If a reduction was made in the number of SROs in the future, that would reduce the expenditures in Fund 80 by that same amount, which then could trickle back to the tax levy and further reduce people's property taxes accordingly.
Which begs the question, if we shift to this Fund 80, does it put it in jeopardy for funding in the future for SROs?
I don't believe so. I think the only thing, quite honestly, there are two things that would, I think, jeopardize the SRO's possibility in Fund 80, and really it's Fund 80 as a whole. So one, future boards have the decision to make with regards to continuing to support it in Fund 80 or discontinuing the program. And two, might the state change or alter the laws with regards to the community service funding and those opportunities? They have done that in the past, but the changes have been favorable to school districts and not necessarily punitive to school districts.
And thank you. Let me go back a step to Even Start. And educate me.
Sure.
So Even Start is at Cunningham.
Correct.
And shouldn't we get an allowance for depreciation and such on the wear and tear of the building itself, besides the whatever dollars we're paying for maintenance?
Perhaps we could. I would say it might be administratively challenging to calculate, and if we were to calculate it, the end result might not necessarily cover the cost of doing the calculation, so to speak. I'm not sure that the squeeze is worth doing there, but I do follow your thought process.
Yes, I know as a business owner, we got charged for wear and tear on all this, and we had to pay tax on it. So,
yeah.
And I went into reverse and said, okay, it's there. You're depreciating it because Even Start is there, not paying anything. So, I think we should get a value out of that.
Yeah, I mean, there are some indirect costs, I would say, that we provide to Even Start program. And keep in mind that that's our program, but there are some indirect costs that aren't being recouped that perhaps could. I would think that would be fairly negligible. There's a lot bigger fish in the ocean that I think we have to fish for first. But the other thing, too, thinking about your depreciation costs, right? The section of the building that Even Start is in is pretty old, right? I mean, that's been well depreciated over time. So, yeah.
I didn't know that, so thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. We do a lot of cool stuff in the school district for the community, huh? This is good stuff. All right, so I just had a question. I know, and I'm not sure where we are in this agreement or where this moved forward, but I was made aware over the summer that we might or may already be, to some extent, partnering with, like, the Rising Tide Center, and that made me think, for example, I know, like, my kids have been very fortunate to have always been going to a school that offers a CLC after-school program that, just shout out to, like, Ms. Fuentes, is, like, amazing, and, like, all the people who run these programs are just absolute rock stars, because, like, tons of grant writing and tracking to do. In the spirit of equity and equitable access to programming for all kids, I'm wondering, is there an opportunity to use Fund 80 to partner, like you delineated a few other examples here, with like a 501c3 or other community organization to provide after school or before and after school programming to our students, or any student in the community? And I'm just wondering if that's something we possibly could utilize Fund 80 for. Just thinking ahead, as we're talking about in a couple hours, right, we're going to be thinking about next year's budget. And, nobody really wants to cut things that are good for kids. And I'm just wondering if this could, be an opportunity to expand programming for kids in a way that's actually maybe a cost savings to the district.
Well, I think the answer to your question is, for the most part, yes. I would go back to, you talked about district students, other community students, or community children, we'll call it that. I think it would have to focus on the latter, making sure that we're open and broad. And I can't recall which, and I'll look to my colleagues, was it right after COVID 2021 that the district actually funded some after-school programming through the Community Service Fund? I think it was a one-year snapshot, and then perhaps the CLC grants came into play, so that kind of changed the matrix a little bit. But I come back to the definition from the state's WOOFR manual that talks a little bit about how these resources can be used. And again, I intentionally left it unchanged and unedited so that the full community, there are certainly things on there that probably, raise the eyebrow to people about, hey, I see something about a swimming pool, right? We've got that. I know that that's been a community concern. I know that that's also resonating with our athletic director. But it also talks about daycare services, et cetera. So may very well, we look at our current Community Service Fund programming, and I believe we have 3 sites, Aldrich, Fruzen, and Todd, if I'm recalling correctly. But we also have, I'm a byproduct. I was a club director for a Boys and Girls Club, and we operated at 3 elementary schools after school in Fort Atkinson. Should we be doing partnerships like that? Certainly something that we can explore that would be beneficial for our students and other neighborhood kids too.
Yeah, so same page. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, and I don't know how relevant it will be. I know we're going to approve the budget, but I'm just wondering, if we haven't taken a real deep look and combed through even some of the partnerships, and I'm speaking completely out of ignorance here, so I'm sorry if I'm saying something wrong about a grant or how we use it, but even some of the things that we're maybe already paying for with CLC grants that might be allocated differently to then open up additional opportunities, right, to fund different things with that grant, et cetera, at the different sites. I would love it if, in the future, we could get, some kind of, hey, we've combed through some things and at least looked for possibilities, even if it's just kind of finding change in the couch at this point. But I think also looking forward, it's kind of harrowing to think about making this degree of cuts potentially again. And so I'm just trying to think with the mindset of ways that we can optimize services that we can retain and even include, right, to our kids. Last question on that, so thank you so much. Again, I have no idea, but is there some kind of a municipal version in some iteration of a Fund 80 type thing at the city? And the reason or the county, and the reason I ask is that a conversation that we've had as a board year over year that is, at least at this level, I haven't seen a ton of, although I'm sure there's stuff on the in-between, is could we work smarter, not harder, right, with the municipality, with the county, to provide like services? And so I certainly don't expect an answer, unless you happen off the top of your head, just know how all that funding happens to work. But I think too, as we look into next year, I would love to see a budget that optimizes those community, municipal, and county partnerships, right, so that we don't have to have maybe as big a pill to swallow when it comes down to, taking stuff away from kids.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We need to do a better job of sharing services, resources amongst various municipalities, be it the city, the township, and even our neighboring school districts as well. You talk a little bit about, community recreation programming. I believe the city of Beloit has a park and recreation department and some staff, and they provide that programming. One of my prior districts, the Lake Mills Area School District, did not have that offered at the city level. So Lake Mills utilized the Community Service Fund, Fund 80. The school district employed the recreation director and provided those services, and that's how it was funded. But we really don't have that opportunity because the city has something going currently.
Perfect. No, that makes sense. You know, a bit off topic, but maybe as we're thinking about ways that the ad hoc moves forward into the next budget, perhaps that's something that our ad hoc committee might want to research, or maybe have some existing connections that they could take advantage of. That would be amazing. So thank you so much.
I want to jump in real quick. Thank you. So I just want to put this to rest in the community. You know, we've had SROs in our district for, I think we're the longest standing SRO organization in the state. There is no interest in getting rid of our SROs in our school district. And so I just want to put that conversation to rest in our school district and in the community. You are hearing it from the district administrator that we are going to continue to work with our SRO officers. Yes, there are conversations around budgets and conversations around how much we are, paying. Naturally, we are in different budget conversations right now. And so those conversations will continue, but we're not interested in getting rid of our SROs that we currently have. Now, again, yes, there are conversations that we're having around the cost and the cost sharing. But in this case, if it moves to Fund 80, there's opportunity for our community to help support our longest standing program in the state from the SRO conversation. Additionally, when you're thinking about Fund 80, all great questions are coming from the board, and thank you all for those other additional opportunities there. This is our first go at looking at some of those Fund 80 thoughts that was also being thought of this year, along with some of the thoughts that the ad hoc committee brought up. And so we are still combing through ideas in this space. Naturally, we couldn't put them all in one budget conversation as well. That would have been a whole other conversation. And so this is what we have in the thoughts for now. We are on our second of 10 funds to work through. And so I would just appreciate the thoughts that the board has brought forth. But again, we are really looking at Fund 80 and how we can actually use it differently. But right now, as it stands, these are the things that we have in that fund that we are considering.
Any other questions from the board on Fund 80?
Brian Nichols? Oh, your hand is up. Any other questions? Brian Anderson, do you have any questions at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chady, knowing that we reduced the APs at the middle school and we're having some challenges keeping our middle schools staffed, what if we actually wanted to add an SRO at one of the middle schools to go back and forth? What happens if we were to consider that?
So that would require probably an amendment to the memorandum of understanding between the district and the city. And then the board would have to authorize that as well. So, yeah. I would also add, we hear a lot about student behavior issues, in particular at certain schools. And honestly, I'm not sure at what level the SRO was involved in a lot of those incidents, right? Sometimes behavioral issues are internal school matters, unless, of course, it breaks a law, and then it becomes a legal issue and police become involved. So...
Right, and I understand where you're coming from. I also know, having seen the changes that Chief Sales has made in the SRO program over the past several years, he's really done a wonderful job, and their presence is welcomed, and they dressed in plain clothes. They're much more approachable. Sometimes just having another body in the hallway, another pair of eyes, sometimes can just be enough to avert, an incident.
Yep. And honestly, having a float SRO, we'll just call it that, might be beneficial to the district because while we employ the SRO or contract with the city to have the individual there every day, they're not always there every day, right? They get vacation time and stuff as well. And I'm sure that city PD probably brings somebody else in to cover those. But perhaps having, a float SRO of sorts might be wise and beneficial for the future. Already have it, I'm told? Okay. I'm just a business guy.
Oh, okay. I do have a question about the flow chart for the final decision tree for potential Fund 80. And this was a link from the DPI website. And if you're going through and looking at the blue boxes, the first one, does the school board have a policy regarding such and such? Has the second blue box, has the district contacted their audit, blah, blah, blah. Third box, is the community program or service, so on and so on. The fourth box is the one that I'm a little bit concerned about, because that one reads, if the school board or district would continue the program or service after Fund 80 is not operating and the program is considered essential to school district operations. Does the school board and all individuals involved in this program or service understand that if for some reason Fund 80 no longer was operational in the district, the program or service cannot be moved to the general fund, Fund 10, to continue to operate? So how does, if you, as you had mentioned, future boards, they may, Fund 80 may go away or something. What would happen if Fund 80 were to stop existing? And it says that here, the program or service cannot be moved to the general fund.
Well, I would say not only that, but I would also say, could modifications to the memorandum of understanding be made so that the program delivery is perhaps different, and then that provides you an opportunity to come back into Fund 10, the general fund?
Okay, so if something happens and Fund 80 no longer exists, we just need to get creative. Okay.
That might be a good way to sum it up, yes. I understand the concerns. This is a legit opportunity. I still think we have to cross our T's, dot our I's here and work through some things, including perhaps an amendment to our memo of understanding with the city. And it would kind of make sense to me that if we're doing that, because I think the current memo expires like in the 25-26 school year, so we're kind of nearing the end of that timeline anyway, that, it might be time to redo a 3 or a 5 year arrangement with the city of Beloit PD all at once. But the DPI is not going to be the entity that says that's not allowable. That's not their role. They're going to rely upon our district auditors to come in and do that. And they're going to rely also upon the thought process of the board with regards to, is it permissible? Did it check the boxes, so to speak? So again, it's about preserving the opportunity at this point in time. It doesn't require us to charge the expense to the Community Service Fund in June unless we have all of our ducks lined up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now I got to try to get back to where I was. There we go. Assuming we're done with Fund 80 questions. All right, so we'll move on to Fund 73. Let me get this so it displays. There we go. Okay. And I'm sure we'll have questions about this fund too. And then trust me, we'll go through like 4 or 5 or 6 funds rather quickly thereafter. So our Fund 73 is our Pension and Other Employee Benefit Trust Fund, otherwise often referred to as the OPEB Fund. Don't ask me why the acronyms get reversed, but it is what it is. So this fund was created back in 2013, and essentially the board at that point in time set aside resources to fund future benefit, employee benefit, retiree benefit liabilities for eligible retirees that occurred over time. We have two accounts with our OPEB trust. We have one at Associated Bank and one through First Mid Bank and Trust, total of which is around $4 million. It might be a little bit higher than that, but for the ballpark's sake, we'll just use $4 million currently. I note here, the first bullet point there, that there is one lone remaining retiree that is eligible for benefits from the fund, and that retiree's benefits expire here in October. And I don't know if it was the first of the month or the end of the month, it doesn't matter, but it's this month. So we'll have no future liability payments, expense payments coming out of the OPEB trust. It'll just kind of continue to grow or be used for other purposes. And speaking of the or be used for other purposes, you'll see the second bullet there talks about a transfer $2,659,000 to the general fund for budget stabilization purposes. And again, I add the comma if needed. Doesn't mean that based on the current budget, it looks like we're going to need it. But current budget and over the rest of the remaining fiscal year, things change, and there are some opportunities for savings that we'll talk about later that may not require us to do a $2.6 million transfer. It's not really a transfer, but the money comes into Fund 10. So we'll address that as we go. The last item, there are other options, one of which a community member contacted me and said, hey, is it possible to transfer that to to Fund 46, the Capital Improvement Trust Fund? And I sat there and I thought about it, and I thought, I think it might be. I've had some initial conversations with DPI on that. We just haven't quite gotten to the resolution component of that yet. So there's the opportunity to set those monies aside into our Capital Improvement Trust to pay for future facility repairs or needs, and or to bring a portion of that back into the general fund, Fund 10, for fund balance replenishment purposes. I believe during the ad hoc committee that we may have talked about $400,000 or so coming from the OPEB trust into Fund 10, the general fund, for budget stabilization purposes, if needed. Is this doable? DPI, yes, it is. DPI has already told me that this is doable. However, and it's a big however, they said you need to think about the consequences of doing it because it is big. So is it wise, sound fiscal policy? Not really. It isn't. My personal preference would have been to use about 10% of the OPEB trust for budget stabilization purposes if needed, and that kind of gets us in that $400,000 ballpark. Even doing that gives me a little bit of tummy trouble. But we are where we're at today with regards to the budget, and this would be the way that we would, quote unquote, balance the budget to make sure that our revenues equal the expenses for budget planning purposes. And then really it's kind of a wait and see what happens between now and the end of the year. And I'll just kind of let the cat out of the bag a little bit. We've got a number of vacant positions out there currently. Those vacant positions have about $4 million or so of budgeted expense tied to them. But if we don't fill them, we're not going to have all of that expense. So again, there might be an opportunity to offset. I don't know that it does it in whole, but perhaps certainly in part, the $2.6 million that would be transferred, so to speak, out of Fund 73. And again, I'm sure there's lots of questions from the board, so I'll pause and try to address those for you.
Questions? Oh.
Well, you put it out there, so I'll ask the question. So for the last, 3, 4, 5 weeks, we've heard the very same thing that you said $400,000 to $450,000, do it over 10 years. That was, and that the DPI had cautioned you on what, taking a large amount. Why did they caution you? What's the reason for that?
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. My apologies for not addressing that earlier. So essentially, the amount that would come from the OPEB trust into Fund 10, the general fund, comes in as a deductible receipt. We're going to get into some technicality stuff. The deductible receipts falls within the equalization aid formula, and essentially what the state requirements say is you've already expended this money once. You expended it when you moved the money to the trust back in 2013. You can't expend the same amount for shared cost purposes per student again. So if we bring, let's just use $2 million in from revenues, if we bring $2 million in from the trust into the general operations here at the close of the fiscal year, essentially in the equalization aid formula, our total expenses is reduced by the same $2 million. When that happens, that adjusts our what's called our shared cost per member, how much it costs to educate every student within the equalization aid formula, which then goes down, and guess what? That trickles through the formula, and in the end, it ends up that we would likely see a reduction in the aid that we otherwise could have received. So it's a negative trickle-down effect. And we'll talk about equalization aid again later in the presentation because there's some other factors on the horizon there also.
So I want to clarify this. So if we use the $2.659 million, that would affect us this time next year on the equalization aid?
Correct. It would be both, should be captured in the DPI's July 1st aid estimate, and then it would also be reflected in the October 15th certification of state aid a year from now, yes. Our aid next year, I'll just put it out there now, our aid next year, state aid next year will go down. I'll put every penny I have on that fact. It will go down. People's property taxes will go up next year. Every penny I have.
Bob, may I ask a question on something you just covered, please? I'd like to know about the vacancies. Are they still being posted, or what are the positions? Are they teachers or staff or what? Are they actively being sought, or are you letting them just slide?
Bob, I'll answer that question. Sure. The question that came from the floor was that Board President Johnson has agreed for me to answer is, do we still have vacancies in the district? That's what I heard you say. The question is yes. The second part of your question is, are they posted? The question is yes. And then did you have a third part of that question that I missed at all?
I wondered if they're being pursued, or are you just letting them slide?
Sure. All positions that we have posted are posted for opportunities for hire. So we don't just let positions be posted just to be posted. So those are opportunities to be hired. Thank you.
Any other Fund 73 OPEB questions?
Brian Anderson has his hand raised.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Shady, so I want to think about, how you said that impacts next year's equalization aid. Is it safe to think of that kind of as the opposite of, earlier we talked about state aid went up, by $8 million this year, but hey, we don't just get $8 million more. It just shifts it from the state equalization to the local property tax. It shifts it to the state away from the property tax owners, lowers the mill rate, but no net change in dollars to the district. So would the OPEB consequences lowering the state aid just have the reverse effect and still have a zero net effect on dollars to the district?
You're exactly right, Mr. Anderson. So, much like we experienced this year, state aid went up about $7+ million. I think it's very, very likely that state aid next year will see a significant downfall. The question is how much. If I had to estimate it, I would say probably $5 to $7 million. would seem to make sense to me, but we gotta get this budget passed, work with Baird to get our new budget model built and start working, with regards to making the adjustments necessary in there to get a better gauge of things. But, you're correct. You know, property taxpayers will see relief this year because of the increase in state aid. Next year, with the state aid going down, property taxpayers then next year will end up paying more, though the district doesn't really receive any new or net change in revenues.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Anderson?
I reserve the right to ask more questions later.
For you, always. Mr. Mr. Hankins.
So let me follow the money. The OPEB money was tax money from the district. Went into an account, and if we use it, we're going to be taxed again on it again.
I wouldn't say taxed per se.
Well, if it boosts the mill rate, then we have to pay again on it. Or us people who live here will have to pay on that again. Yes? No?
Yeah, no,
Okay, thank you.
That would be correct.
Second part, what is the other option of we have a line of credit which costs money if we use it, and this says if we need. Why not tap that than using the OPEB money?
So the line of credit we would then incur additional interest expense over the course of the year. I like to make interest and not pay interest. Try to do that for the school districts that I represent as well.
But OPEB is making money as it's sitting right now, correct?
The OPEB is making, yes.
Correct.
Yep. Using the line of credit, that's not a good, trying to think of the appropriate word to use there.
Well, is it a lesser of two evils than using the OPEB in your professional mind?
Mr. Chetty, I'll answer that question. Mr. Chetty, I'm sorry, let me jump in.
Yeah, go.
I think it's hard for us to have a lot of assumptions because, again, some of this hasn't happened yet. It's our first opportunity to have these conversations around OPEB. These monies were sitting in let's just say said account for years until the last person was able to come off that, and now those monies come back to us. So this is a conversation that we have to have in our school district because our revenues aren't there. The four and a half that did come to us this year is offsetting our balanced budget. But the reason why we have that the $2 million that's in that conversation right now is because we had the increase in our overall students, and we had over $900,000 that we had to pay. Additional funds that we had to pay when we had paras that we had to bring into our conversation. And so some of this we haven't captured because we're in this part of the conversation right now, but we're going to get to some more of those details when we get to Fund 10. But again, some of this is hard because, again, we haven't been here before, and so there's a lot of assumptions that we have to kind of work through. And I know it's kind of hard for Mr. Chetty to answer those questions right on the spot, which are all great questions. I would just ask that we also remember that we are in an assumption space as well because this hasn't happened before, and we have to kind of work through it to see where it's actually going to end up for our entire school district. But great questions, and I want them to keep coming. I just want to make sure I jump in to kind of allow Mr. Chetty a little thought process.
Respectfully, and to Mr. Chetty also, we're all learning here, and I think we're learning as we ask questions, and that's the best way for me to learn.
Yeah, I appreciate Dr. Garrison biding me some time, probably the best way to put it. So I would say you ask a good question, right? Utilize the OPEB trust, utilize the line of credit. Really neither are good sound financial fiscal policy for the district. The best effort would be to try to avoid using each of those. So the other way I look at it, looking at the second bullet, transfer 2.6, based on the budget that's presented this evening, the other way to think about it is if the transfer weren't to occur, we got a $2.6 million deficit. I'm not sure where we find $2.6 million between now and Wednesday, in particular. And, you know, we've done some of the ad hoc committee's recommendations. I think there's some logic and reason why some of the recommendations haven't moved forward or aren't incorporated into the budget this year. Might very well have to be next year. But I just don't know, you know, 2.6 million, that, you know, that's like get rid of our entire custodial, HES custodial contract and crew and not have custodians, or we, you know, don't run buses, you know, none of those things are good, right? So
Again, I respect what you're doing. I was just wondering the lesser two evils. If we're borrowing money from one or borrowing money from the other, as I see it, which one costs the district less? And when you talk about ramifications for next year, I say let's use our equity line of credit, which is within the law and doesn't affect our revenue for next year.
The line of credit is a loan, and we have to pay that back.
I understand.
by October 31st or November 1st every year.
So it's
Right.
not like a permanent money staying.
Right.
Fund 73, when you move the money, that's permanent money staying.
Yeah.
But it says if needed. So we move it and then we don't need it.
We won't move it until we do need it. So the movement of the OPEB trust account funds would not occur until mid-June at the earliest, until we have a better picture of where we're going to end the fiscal year 24-25.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
That, and then it would take board approval to move it? Or not?
No, the board, through the adopting of the budget as such, I think provides that approval. Certainly, we would provide the board, the community, with an update as to the dollar value of the movement.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other board questions? Oh.
What's the interest rate we're making? What are we making on the money in the OPEB trust?
Good question. So the funds are divided essentially between the two accounts. The one account at First Mid Bank and Trust is earning interest at 5.1-ish%, or at least it was prior to the interest rate changes. Honestly, I can't tell you the percentage on the funds that are at Associated Bank. We get told what the interest earnings or what the growth in the account is on a monthly basis, but to my knowledge, I don't think we've calculated out what that actual percentage is.
Well, if First Mid is higher, would it be obviously beneficial to move the other half or whatever over to?
You know, you've got market investments, right, and you've got kind of the bank, you know, paying on a municipal interest rate account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on Fund 73? Okay, I've got a couple. So, I don't remember if it was at the last ad hoc committee meeting or the second to last, but you gave us this sheet with the budgetary changes like this, and it's got the OPEB down here on the bottom half, which these were the extras that were going to be considered, and this was at $400,000 as you said. So I'm a little bit confused because that's $400,000, and now this transfer is $2,659,628 for purposes of if needed. That seems to be a very specific amount for an if needed type of accounting. For $400,000, okay, I'm good with that, but now we need this exact amount. Is this an if needed, or if we say no, we want to stick with the 400, do we have then a deficit budget?
Yes, you would. So if we were going to stick with the $400,000 for the transfer amount, you have a $2.2 million deficit budget.
Okay, so we need $2.2 million to balance our budget. It's not if needed, it's what we need.
You need $2,659,628 to balance the budget, revenues and expenses. The if needed comes into play as the fiscal year goes on as to how much of that amount may need to be, I keep saying the word transfer. It's technically not a transfer in the eyes of the state, but yeah, moved from one account, one fund to the general fund, Fund 10 operations.
Okay, on this sheet, it's $2,659,628, and on another sheet, and actually, it looks like, is that up here in the second to bottom line, $2,689,628? Why is there a difference of $30,000 there?
Because we had expense or liability payments for the retiree that is currently part of the plan.
Okay, so the other sheet then, I forget, one of these, it also comes up the 689, that includes the $30,000 for the retiree.
In even the full amounts, the retirees benefit, I don't think comes to $30,000, but there's other plan expenses that we're required to do an actuarial study with regards to our Fund 73 assets every year as well. That also gets charged to the plan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Continue on. All right. Hopefully the next few go a little bit quicker for us. Fund 50 is our food service fund. You can see the information presented here. Revenues, $4.9 million. Expenses, $4.9 million. Essentially, your Fund 50 food service fund it kind of operates as a break-even fund. So, you know, it's money in, money out, all to support the food service program operations. It does have a significant balance, and you'll see that noted the top couple of rows, almost $1.9 million in fund balance. That fund balance is restricted. It can be used for nothing other than Fund 50 food service program operations. So we can pay staff, we can upgrade and improve equipment, we can make improvements to lunchrooms and cafeterias, et cetera, with those funds. In fact, every year, typically in the spring, the district receives a nice letter from the DPI that basically says, you guys got too much money in your fund balance in Fund 50, you have to spend some of it down. So we do certain things. We try to do what we can to reduce the fund balance, but there's only so many times that you can replace kitchen equipment. I mean, our kitchen equipment throughout the district is pretty good stuff, to be honest with you. You know, we're not operating with ovens and stuff that I've operated with in prior districts that are 20 plus years old. You know, ours are 4 or 5 years old probably, maybe a few that are older. But we do turn that equipment as regularly as we can. So that's kind of Fund 50 in a nutshell. Any questions on that?
Any questions from board members? Thank you.
I was kind of thinking that wouldn't be many there, and I also kind of think that there probably won't be many here, but I don't want to, yeah. So Fund 46 is our Capital Improvement Trust Fund. This fund was created back in 2021. The school board established this fund on February 23rd, 2021 with an initial $100 deposit. It can only be used as identified there. The district has to have a long-term capital improvement plan that forecasts out for a minimum of 10 years. I've not sought that out as of yet. If we go back through the board records back in February of 21, we should find that plan. But more importantly, you know, currently it's got about 107, maybe the couple of months of interest, maybe we're up to 108 or so dollars in the plan. So it's not really going to do much for us for a few years. However, this is the area that we could possibly transfer some of that remaining Fund 73 OPEB trust funds into Fund 46 in order to build up a fund balance to help pay for future building improvements as identified in the 10-year plan. Before you go about asking for the 10-year plan, Mr. Bricko and I are working with an architect and a construction manager, EUA in Findorf, on trying to upgrade or forecast out an updated 10-year plan for the district. Typically, districts place resources in Fund 46 when one of two things occur. When you have an overall district surplus at the end of the year, kind of negates our opportunity here in Beloit for the past few years. Sometimes districts have unused, budgeted but unused funds yet set aside in their maintenance and operation budget that they then expend and transfer into the Fund 46 trust to help build those assets for the future. District has not done that in the past yet either, so something that we'll look to do. But that's big picture of what Fund 46 is all about. Very little budgetary impact, but hopefully knowledge building for the board and the community. Questions?
Board Member Miller?
Yep, just a quick one. We definitely do have a 10-year plan because we approved it a couple years ago. So that does exist. That's how we're able to have the fund.
Right.
Curious about, kind of similar to what Mr. Hankins is asking, is there, I guess, like, what's the opportunity cost of putting it into Fund 46 versus leaving it in OPEB? Like, what, how does that flesh out, I guess, is my kind of first part of the question. Second, if we were to do that, does that put us in a situation that, and I hate to even say this because it's an awful thought, but if we don't pass a referendum, and here we are again next year, if we had to close like another building and then add on to another building to keep capacity for students, is that going to put us in a situation where we would be able to do that?
So let me address the first question about the movement of Fund 73 funds, because those funds were originally expended by the district in the year of the initial transfer. The thought process is, because you're going from trust to trust, trustee to trustee transfer, it doesn't flow back through the general fund, so it shouldn't necessarily negate or have an impact on our equalization aid. So that, I think, is an opportunity. The second part of your question slipped my mind, so please remember there was
I guess so. If we're thinking ahead, right, about like, we don't want to cut direct services to kids. We want to keep class sizes and all the things that Ms. Fox really nicely kind of delineated early in her presentation, right? So if we're thinking in that space and we aren't able to pass a referendum, and we're here again next year, right, probably much earlier, in June or whatever, which we're looking at, I mean, there's not many other places to cut. And so are you thinking that there would be some, the fund, is it Fund 73, the OPEB funds, is that enough to help mitigate if we had to close or do some kind of like a building change?
I'll jump in on that, Mrs. Shady.
Thank you.
Sure. The hardest part about, again, that future thought is that $4 million, if we was to use none of it, won't be enough for us to cover all of our facilities needs. Nowhere close to that. Not all of it, of course. That may cover a roof or two, but it would not cover all of our needs that we have here in the school district. If you guys can remember, EUA came a couple of months ago and presented that big old pie chart and showed how much money we would need. If we were to do all of our fixtures in our school district right now, we were talking a little over $100 million. And so do right now, that's what they were asking us to do right now, was in the range of anywhere from $10 to $15 million. And don't quote me on that because I don't have the presentation in front of me, but anywhere from $10 to $15 million of do right now stuff.
So the benefit of doing that is because there's not a cost to move it. It's potentially, it would still be interest earning, right? Because it's a trust. Mm-hmm. So it would just be getting us closer to that point where we have to make some capital improvements, when the rubber hits the road on that.
Correct. And then when you go to sure, no problem. When you go to the thought of closing the school, moving students into another building, again, that's a cost that comes with that as well, because even if we were to retrofit one school to bring in more students, we have to have the space for those students as well. And right now, outside of our middle schools, we are pretty much, in our high school, of course, we do have pretty decent sized elementary schools. And so there's a space where our district has to come to grips around our needs naturally. And then, of course, coming to the public to figure out what is the best way for us to kind of move some of these conversations forward, all the while still providing not just tax relief, but providing a level of understanding around where we want to go in this conversation. And so, you know, the hardest part for me is also to kind of think that, again, that $4.5 million will not be enough money for us to do many things with. However, it will definitely not cover us closing the building and having to add on to another building as well. It's a lot of cost that comes to that.
Thank you.
My estimation is when we were talking about some of the things that would need to be done in that space, we were already in the tens of millions of dollars just estimated conversations around adding classrooms, adding a wing, adding extra space. There's a lot of cost that comes when you're starting to remodel.
Any other board questions on Fund 46? Mr. Chady, having to get creative and think creatively about finances, it's come to my attention recently that there are different grants out there for government agencies, school districts, nonprofits in terms of environmental issues, energy efficiencies, so on and whatnot. If the school district were interested in applying for any such grants for energy efficiency, would those go through this fund, or would that just depend on how the grant is structured?
Yeah, those would likely go through Fund 10, the General Operations Fund. Typically, those grants would require the funds to be spent in a certain period of time. So if we can just play, not to change the topic, but hopefully that addresses, I just want to play wishful thinking with everyone real quick. So let's cast forward and say that this is June 28th of 2025. We're approaching the end of the fiscal year. And lo and behold, we have a $450,000 surplus and not a deficit. So then the question is really, what do we want to do with the $450,000 surplus? We can use that to replenish our fund balance. So we just put it in our savings account. We have access to $450. It may help us decrease any amount that we might have to short-term borrow. Or the board can approve that the $450,000 be deposited and transferred into Fund 46 to build this account up. And in doing so, the $450,000 becomes an expenditure in the 24-25 budget. Again, it flows through the equalization aid formula and would help mitigate what I anticipate to be a significant loss in equalization aid. It's not going to reduce it by $450,000, but it would work favorably to us. So again, if we play wishful thinking and it's June 28th, there's really two options that you have when you have a surplus at the end of the year. So, and I think that addresses somewhat Board Member Miller's comments earlier as well.
Thank you.
Fund 39 time? Yeah, okay. So Fund 39 is our referendum approved debt service fund. The resources that are in there are only available to utilize and to be applied towards future principal, interest, and other annual fee type expenses with our referendum approved debt. You can see here at the bottom, the most significant change is early in the preliminary budget, we had $105,688 in as the tax levy in Fund 39. And upon further review of that, we actually have sufficient assets on hand currently to meet our future upcoming payment obligations. So there's no need to tax additionally because we don't have future principal and interest payments to pay off. So we'd simply be collecting money for nothing. So we've removed that from the budget. We do have this remaining debt that was acquired back on September 17th of 2012, a qualified energy conservation bond debt in the amount of $2,215,000. That's the principal amount. Currently, we budget, and you can see here, $206,413. That's the interest expenses that are required to service that debt in the 24-25 year. What we're looking to do, and I've had conversations with Robert W. Baird, our public finance consultants, with regards to what options do we have to pay off that $2,215,000 that's currently outstanding? Because again, looking up at the top, we have over $2.5 million in assets on hand. So we got the assets available to pay off that debt and retire that. It's technically non-callable, so we can't call it and prepay it early. We can defease it, very similar to a prepayment. And Baird is looking at another option that might be more advantageous for us. Again, beyond, having the assets, making a prepayment, if we were to do that here this school year, not currently in the budget to do it, because we're still exploring this as an opportunity, but that would help offset and avoid $106,000 in interest payments for, I think, the next 7 or 8 years, if I recall correctly, annually. So it would be wise for the district to do, and in doing so, much like a year ago, we prepaid $11.3 million, paying $2.2 million in debt this year would work favorably for us in the equalization aid formula. It's not going to turn a negative into a positive, but it will minimize the negative amount that we, the loss that we would see. Any questions on the Fund 39? All right. Fund 38 is our non-referendum approved debt, operates in a very similar way. Let's see, if we look at it here, row 210, and I know that this is a little bit small, apologies for people. We do have in the tax levy currently $964,692 to support the principal and interest payments that are due on that over the coming year. If you look at total revenues, you'll see it's about $966,000. Total expenses, $1,080,000. Why wouldn't your revenues equal your expenses? And that's simply because of the timing. So the tax levy pays for obligations in the upcoming calendar year, so the 2025 calendar year, while the expenses record expenses in the current fiscal year, July 1st to June 30th. Why the difference? Because our taxes aren't collected until January, February, April, May, and August of 2025. So that's why there's that difference. It's right, but that's the difference there. So the Fund 38, we do have one debt that was actually just paid off. Had $119,000 in principal payment. That was part of a 1.785 qualified zone academy bond acquired back in October of 2009 and just recently paid off last month. There are 2 outstanding debt issuances, and the total indebtedness on those is $6.6 million in principal payments. Questions on Fund 38?
Mr. Hankins?
Mr. Shady, if you indulge me on this, if taxpayer Tom, who lives in the district, is delinquent on paying his taxes, his property taxes, how does that affect the district and when? Does that show up in, like the last slide?
So, not part of the presentation, but great question. Yeah, so we'll talk about that. So if taxpayer Tom doesn't pay their property taxes, initially the school district receives the full property tax levy from the municipalities. So we levy $5 million to the city of Beloit. The city of Beloit's going to pay us $5 million. And then they're going to say, wait a minute, taxpayer Tom didn't do his thing, so the school district got money, Blackhawk Technical College got money, the county got money, that we need to get part of that back. So then they work through a process with the Wisconsin Department of Revenue, and an invoice comes our way, and then we pay that portion back to the city of Beloit. And then what we can do is the following tax levy, we can re-levy for that amount and spread that amount across all property taxpayers because taxpayer Tom didn't do his thing.
interesting. I mean, really, because if taxpayer Tom pays, then it goes back in reverse.
If taxpayer Tom pays, then there's no issue when we get the money. You know, the school district really isn't negatively impacted dramatically. If I recall correctly, and I think we'll perhaps see it in a future slide, you know, I think we have like $22,000 in taxes that we're able to re-levy for this year because taxpayers failed to do their part.
Oh, so you do see that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What I don't know is that it was taxpayer Tom, unless you call me up and tell me it was you.
I don't own that much property.
Yeah,
thanks for indulging me.
I don't I don't believe that the information, and I'd have to go back and look, that we get from the Department of Revenue even lists the property. It may by address, but I honestly, I don't think it does. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Any other board questions? Thank you.
Okay, we're almost to the nitty-gritty. A couple of more funds to go until we get to Fund 10. So our Special Education Fund, Fund 27, is used to account for the excess cost of providing special education services to students with disabilities. And I would even add on there, it's not reflected there, but I would add as identified in the student's IEP. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the revenues as we go through here. I think I got 3 or 4 slides on special education. The most noteworthy revenue at the top of the page is the transfer in, where we're anticipating just shy of a $9.4 million transfer from the general fund to support and offset the special education fund expenses. You can see that that's a little bit less than it was last year. Last year was just under $9,650,000. You know, we got it estimated currently $9,400,000. You can see revenues down the page from state categorical aid, et cetera. DPI grants are also listed there. Very bottom of the page, $16,454,063 is anticipated in revenues. I'll come back up to this row 780, other federal revenue through the state, where we have budgeted at $500,000 this year. That's Medicare revenues. And that's really based upon the level of services that are provided by our staff or licensed certified staff to students that are Medicare eligible. It seems reasonable. 2 years ago, it was $525,000. Last year, it was $485,000. So that's why, you know, when you're looking at it, you just kind of see a round number where that came about. Looking at a pie chart based on revenues by source, again, you can see the lion's share of it comes from the general fund, Fund 10, and again, that's nearly $9.4 million. The state currently, or as budgeted, would contribute 29.2% of our special education revenues. I will add here just briefly that I know that this will be a major emphasis amongst educators statewide with regards to the biennial budget, is to strive to increase state investments in special education and increase that percentage. So we've seen increases in the last biennial budget. Hopefully we see some additional increases. Taking a look at the expenditures by fund here in Fund 27, Special Education Fund. Again, we won't go through each of the lines, but subtotals for instruction go from $10.3 million to almost $10.7 million in the current year. Support services actually down from 5.5, almost 5.6 to just over 5 million. And more importantly, the bottom line equates out to that $16,454,063. Talk about some of the significant changes that occurred in the Special Education Fund. Our special education categorical aid is expected to increase $423,530 from what was identified in the preliminary budget. That's calculated based on taking our 23-24 aidable costs in special ed, and that value's listed there. And we multiply that by the state aid proration amount from last school year, 32.4%, to help us yield the $423,000. A lot of identified staffing changes, both reductions and increase as listed there. Most notably, right in the middle of the page, there's a 9 FTE additional para positions that the school board adopted just last week, maybe a week and a half ago. That increased expenses by about $504,000. Other staffing changes, occupational therapy. Unfortunately, sometimes when you see staffing reductions, you still are obligated to provide services. So OT is a great example where our OT is increasing by $50,000, and then again, contracted service, speech, and psych, we see an increase of a $280,000 change since the preliminary budget there as well, largely driven by staffing reductions and/or increased supports needed by students that are eligible. And again, the bottom line transfer to the general fund, $9,393,361. We'll pause on Fund 27. Questions?
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Miller.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hankins just said a good question that I'm just going to raise to clarify. No, you're good. So, okay, so just looking at, I don't see slide numbers, but the one where it says significant changes from preliminary budget. So that first bullet point where it says increase special education categorical aid by, and it's like a $400,000 number, that's like overall, right? That's like what the state allocated. It's spread out because there was a pretty minimal change, right, for the percentage reimbursement for special education.
There was a minimal change this year. That value, I believe, was the value of the increase from, that's the value of the increase from the preliminary budget. So in the preliminary budget, let me back up here actually. One more, there we go. In the preliminary budget, our special ed categorical aid was estimated at $4.3 million in revenues, and now it's $4,673,530. So that difference should equate out to that change that's there.
Right, that's that teeny tiny amount. And then this is just like, I just always need to point this out when we talk about special education. So the state's never given the 2/3 reimbursement that it promised to give to schools when they passed the revenue limits law back in '93. So in addition to the other ways that school funding has been shorted year over year, if I'm doing my numbers right, we've cut $20.8 million essentially the last 2 years, and the amount that we pay ourselves, that we transfer from Fund 10 to Fund 27 every year, is really just like right around $8.5–9 million. So it's almost like the same amount. And I understand that that's not the total math because we're talking 2/3, but what I also want to just point out is that private voucher schools, not charter, but the private voucher schools are allowed to get up to a 90% reimbursement for special education per several memos that have been put out by our state legislature. So I just want to point that out for context as well, because I just think there's a larger conversation that has to be had in our community and across the state about how detrimental that funding, statewide funding inequity is. So thank you for humoring me.
Yeah, and I would also comment, so I've highlighted the 32.4%. That was the state aid proration amount used during the 23-24 school year. 24-25 is going to be different. And again, this is a major focus amongst public educators throughout the state, both business officials, district administrators, special ed administrators, et cetera, to lobby our local legislators about trying to increase that percentage amount. It did go up in the last biennial budget marginally. We need to see additional increases there. So in all likelihood, we're likely to see more money in state special ed categorical aid in 24-25 than we have budgeted for, because we just don't know what the current year's proration amount is yet as well.
Thank you so much for clarifying.
Any other board questions? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Hankins.
It's just a clarification. So when we look at $423,530, can we divide that by a student to come up with a number?
Well, we could, but I'm not sure what we're trying to do in doing that. Well, it says
we're going to increase by $423,000. I mean, that's a big number. I'm just trying to categorize it back.
Yeah, so,
I know we look at how much a student costs per, and then a special ed cost per, and I'm trying to look at it that way.
yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Every special ed student is different, right? So some require very minimal level of services. Some require a very significant level of services. And that level of services can go from literally a couple of $100 for some students to six figures for some students. Keep in mind that the state special ed categorical aid is really, we receive the revenue this year based upon what we spent last year in supporting students with special needs, based upon their IEP requirements. So that's kind of how the calculation, it takes last year. And one of the reasons why I think, this $423,000 increase is because at the time of the preliminary budget and stuff, we weren't quite done with the audit to the point to really know how much an aidable cost did we have, that $14,424,000 value. But since that point in time, the audit's not done yet, but we're relatively confident that that number is accurate and able then for us to use to calculate out what that aid amount will be.
I'm sorry, not to belabor it, but could that number go down and we have to give money back?
We wouldn't have to give money back, but could it go down? Yes. If statewide special education costs increase greater than the school district of Beloit's did, then the reality is yes, we might not receive the total 6 point whatever million that we had anticipated receiving. Go back to my revenues, or I'm sorry, $4,673,000 is what we had budgeted. If it could be that we only end up with $4.4 or $4.5 million in revenues. You're correct there. Yep.
I was more looking at if we go off last year's numbers and this year's numbers, 24, 25, if we have less, or is that just going to next year's calculations? I think you answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of display on the screen real quick the 610 state categorical aid. So in the 22-23, we received $4,450,000. In 23-24 last school year, it was less. It was $4,326,000. But again, based upon last year's expenses, utilizing last year's aid proration, if that all holds true, we would have $4,673,000 in revenues forthcoming this year.
Thank you.
Any other special ed? All right. Another quickie. So Fund 27 is our special revenue fund. It's used to account for all sorts of specific expenses related to district operations, but outside of the general fund. Really, if you go down to the bottom of the page, I think this gives you the best description as to how this fund's used. And if you think of various student groups, athletic clubs, co-curricular activities, musicals, theater, those types of programming. And it's even used for some field trips and yearbooks and other miscellaneous building donations and grants. Every once in a while, I think it was like Mobile that would have a $500 or $1,000 grant to support schools, and the local mobile dealer would identify which schools to get it. That's kind of how the Fund 21 fund is utilized. Doesn't really impact the general fund, doesn't really impact our deficit. And, you'll see on here, we're estimating revenues at $265,000 this year. We're estimating expenses at $265,000. Both appear to be fairly comparable to what they were last year. Why are we not more specific here? Because we just don't have the wherewithal or the abilities to go out to all these student groups and say, okay, what are your fundraising plans this year, and how are you going to spend the money? And, literally, there's probably a couple of hundred of different activity accounts in this fund. So pretty minimal, but again, just using it as an educational opportunity. And I'll pause quickly to see if there's any questions. All right, we'll continue on. Now we're getting to the Fund 10 general operations. And I brought forward a few of the charts that we used in the past that were included in the preliminary budget presentation from back in August. And quite honestly, some of these charts were utilized in prior years as well. So our revenue limit membership is here. Keep in mind, this is a 3-year average of membership. So it's not enrollment, it's resident students. And again, you can kind of see the trend there. Here in 24-25, 6,280 as compared to 6,261 in the 3-year rolling average the prior year. So, any questions on that? Probably not. We'll talk about the revenue limit authority. And again, this chart was utilized during the preliminary budget. I struck through the values from the preliminary budget and then included the values below as we calculate things out. So our resident membership, 6,276, multiplied by the 11,325.36 per member, we get $71+ million. No declining enrollment hold harmless exemption. Our one-time non-recurring expenses, $2,563,484. Those are reflected at the bottom of the page, and we'll talk about them momentarily. Ongoing recurring expenses, $30,809. So our total revenue limit authority, $73,672,252. Those of you that are astute will note that that's actually less than what we had presented in the preliminary budget, where it was $74.25 million. So our revenues changed from the preliminary budget through now a decrease of $578,000. So as we're talking about that $2.6 million transfer, there are some key factors that occurred over the last few weeks that contribute to that $400,000 growing to a larger number. And one of those is we lost $578,000 in the revenue limit formula, or I don't want to say lost. We overestimated by $578,000 in the revenue limit formula during the preliminary budget. We can look down here and you can see. So again, we talked earlier about we got 29 more students. We calculated that out. It was $300 and something thousand. But again, I commented that doesn't necessarily mean additional money. Here you can see about a $300,000 reduction in the declining enrollment exemption. So that's how that works. Doesn't give us any new money. The declining enrollment exemption goes down. Prior year open enrollment uncounted students, we had estimated it at $80,000. The DPI tells us that we can actually include $189,000. They actually are the ones that input that into the budget, the revenue limit worksheet. Those refunded or rescinded taxes that we talked about, taxpayer Tom not doing his thing, well, we have $25,225 of such taxes that we're re-levying for this year because we had to pay that back to the various municipalities as a result of that same thing. And again, the largest change here in the revenue limit formula itself is we had anticipated, one, a larger number of students participating in the private school voucher program, primarily related to a local private school that came online this year in the voucher program. And we just didn't know how many students they were going to have participating. It was significantly less than what we had anticipated. So that then brought that revenue and expense, corresponding expense, from $2.4 to $1.7 million within the revenue limit formula. A lot of information there, so I'll pause once again and ask if board members have questions on that.
Any questions?
All right. Whoops, I went too far. So the revenue limit, this slide is used intentionally to kind of explain how the revenue limit, state aid, all impacts the local property tax. And again, we'll start at the top. The general state equalization aid increased by $7.6 million over the July 1st aid estimate. Doesn't give us $7.6 million in additional funds. We wish that it did. What it does do is it changes the percentage of who pays how much. So the state will be picking up a greater portion of the burden this year, which means property taxpayers get additional relief there. Coming down to the very bottom, the Revenue Limit Authority, $73.6 million. We subtract out then the state equalization aid of $68.1 million, and that then ends up with our revenue limit general tax levy, and you can see those values identified there. 4.2, almost 4.3 million for the general fund, $964,692 in Fund 38, no levy in Fund 39, and $350,000 in the Community Service Fund, Fund 80. Questions? All right. The general fund revenues are listed here as well. And we'll start by looking at our total ending fund balance. Here at the end of the 23-24 school year, it was 10.4, almost 10.5 million. It's the same value is what we've got budgeted for the end of the 24-25 school year. Thus the balanced budget, so there's no need to tap into the fund balance. We can talk about philosophies on that as well later, but our taxes, row 210 taxes, $4,745,188 levied there. Note that that's down $4.6 million from the 23-24 fiscal year as well. And you can see the budgetary changes going down the page here also. I will talk, row 620 is our state equalization aid. That's at $68.1 million. Last year, it was $61.0 million, so it was an increase. And again, trying to forecast out, I see that aid decreasing next year by a similar amount as it went up this year, unfortunately. Before I continue on to more revenues, I think maybe I'll pause here and ask if there's any specific to this page.
Any questions?
Can I ask one?
Go ahead.
At the top, the fund balance at the end. That's the fund balance, right?
Correct.
I thought we wound up, because we had a deficit budget last year, I thought we wound up more at $8 million.
Last year, we started the fund balance at $11.7 million. We ended the year at $10.4 million in our fund balance.
Sorry to interject. Could we get her questions on the microphone, because this is being recorded so people on YouTube at home can hear? Because these are really good questions.
Right. Question was regarding the fund balance and the numbers in, perhaps the number that we're related to is the unassigned fund balance, this one here immediately above, which is $8.4 million. Yep. Probably so. Yep, you're welcome. Continuing on with the general fund revenues, the second page here, row 730, DPI special project grants. Point this out intentionally because you'll see a significant change from just over 11, almost 11.1 million last year to about $3.3 million this year. So a decrease of 7.8 million. This is all due to the ESSER fund grants that were expiring or being consumed last year to this year. We did roll some ESSER fund money into the 24-25 budget to cover the remaining portions of the HVAC work being performed at Beloit Memorial High School, and to primarily cover the first 3 months, July, August, September, of HES, our contracted custodial, which was an opportunity as well. So those funds are all since have been expended. I think really, so this refund of disbursement, row 970, some of you may catch this significant increase. So from 426,000 to 2.9 million, what is that? And that then that's where, if the Fund 73 assets need to be transferred or brought over from that OPEB account into the general fund operation here in the month of June, that's where that will occur at. And again, it's treated as a deductible receipt, and we talked about that earlier. Total revenues, $96.4 million last year, $93.4 million this year, so about a $3 million reduction in overall revenues for the district. Revenues by source, the state driving the lion's share, 82.3%. Locally, percentage is about 5.5%. And then the last slide on revenues for Fund 10 is some of the significant changes that have occurred between the preliminary budget and the original budget here. We talk about the state aid, that increase, already talked and spoke to that. Interestingly, because of the changes within the revenue limit, the property tax burden actually went down by $8.2 million, not the same $7.6 million. And again, because of the private school voucher payment being less than what was anticipated, that helps to reduce that property tax burden. Some other things that came into play over the last few months, the City of Beloit, TID District Number 10 distribution, $438,497. Our Title I, we were able to increase revenues there by $409,000 as a result of current year allocation plus the prior year carryover of unused funds that then become available. We did adjust our AGR, Achievement Gap Reduction Aid, increasing that by $190,000. Essentially, it's budgeted now for the same amount that we received in AGR funding in the 23-24 school year. One of the greatest frustrations of my career is that the Department of Public Instruction doesn't actually tell us how much money we're getting in achievement gap reduction until mid-November or later, which makes no sense to me. Would have been nice to have received that 3 weeks ago so we can build that change into the budget and have this more accurate. We did receive all districts throughout the state received a new tax exempt personal property aid. That brought $289,000 outside of the revenue limit. Our open enrollment in revenues increased, mostly as a result of the state increasing those tuition amounts, and some other changes as well. And the final comment about that $2.7 million disbursement from the OPEB trust for budget stabilization purposes if needed. That's revenues. Questions on those?
Any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Hankins.
Mr. Chady, I was at one of the ad hoc committee meetings. We talked about grant funding, and I noticed a line item, the carryover from one year to the other. I think it was covered in one of your line items there. Is there a time limit that you need, from one year to the other when you have that carryover that you didn't use all that grant?
Yeah, so most grants have an established timeline or parameters that we can use. Some grants, to be honest with you, don't provide for any carryover. You either spend it or it's gone and lost. And some grants provide for a carryover. Some grants don't limit the amount that you can carry over from one year to the other. Some grants cap it at you can only carry over 10% of your initial allocation from one year to the other. So it does vary by grants.
Well, I'm correct in assuming, though, that you guys, the administration takes full advantage of those grants and uses them up before they go away. I just saw the carryover amount from last year, and I went, "Oh, where does that go?"
Right. Yeah. So thankfully, it's not lost, so we can continue to utilize those resources this year. We also have to be cognizant that, we may charge more staff to a grant this year because we have more resources available this year. But at the end of the year, we may not have those resources available then next year. So then what happens to those staff? Or what adjustments do we have to make within the budget to bring our expenses more in line with revenues? You're welcome.
Any other questions? I have a question, Mr. Chady. Earlier there was, throughout the summer, discussion at different times about furlough days. And are those out of the discussion now, or are those incorporated in here somewhere?
I'll take that question. They are not in the budget. The furlough day equated to about $230,000. we took that out of the equation for the 24-25 budget.
Any other revenue questions? All right, we'll hit expenses. Instructional expenses, $34.5 million last year, $32.8 million in the current year, so a decrease there. Support service expenses, $37.7 million last year, $33.6 million this year. Really, our large driving factors with expenses occur down here in these non-program transactions. And again, if we go back to our open enrollment in, et cetera, so we'll talk a little bit about these. This first line, $410,000 interfund transfer, lion's share of that is going to fund 27 to make that fund whole. The balance of that amount then is used, is the district's contribution to Fund 99 for our resident students that are participating in those co-op hockey programs. Instructional service payments, this is where we see that significant growth between open enrollment, our private voucher, and our independent charter school. You know, go back to the 22-23 school year, $13.5 million. Last year, $15.7 million. This year, $17.5 million. So some significant growth continues with our resident students that are seeking educational opportunities outside of the school district of Beloit. Major significant changes are listed here. We start at the top. We did have a 7.0 FTE reduction in COLAC staffing. Some of those staff people literally are in their last week of work for the district. Provides some modest $525,000 in savings there. The district did remove $209,000 from early retirement benefit enhancements. That was the amount that was included. We've had some expenses early in the fiscal year for people that had retired prior and eligible for those benefits. Typically, to be honest with you, we don't see the significant savings that we would think that you would see when you have retirees exiting the district early. Moving the community service eligible expenses to Fund 80, just shy of $300,000 in expense savings there. The independent charter school aid deduction, that increased by $1.3 million. The private voucher school aid deduction increased just over $100,000. We were able to eliminate certain addendum opportunities that provided $96,000 in savings. That is short of the target from the ad hoc committee. $225,000 increase in contracted psych services, reduction in custodial. This next one I want to talk about, the legal expenses increased by $65,000. Those of you that read an article in the Beloit Daily News within the last day or two, can't remember when it was published, it attributed that entire increase to the independent hearing officers, which is incorrect. So the independent hearing officer was originally, we had $10,000 budgeted for legal expulsion services. We increased that by $15,000 to $25,000 total. Don't know if that's going to be sufficient or not. We'll have to wait and see. The other $50,000 increase here, despite our efforts to decrease legal services, our legal services fiscal year to date from July 1st through earlier this month are running ahead of where they were last year. So it makes total sense to me that we need to budget additional services for legal there. So that those two factors create that $65,000 increase, not tied to the latter comment, despite what the newspaper reported. Additional expenses related to School District of Beloit students open enrolled out, and we are budgeting $70,000 for interest expenses for potential needs to draw on our cash flow line of credit borrowing. We did draw on the borrow earlier this summer, back in June, so we did have interest expenses in July, August, and I think by the end of August, we had it repaid, maybe early September. Pretty close. We have had some interest expenses already in the fiscal year because of a prior draw on the cash flow line of credit. We have another low point in cash identified here coming up in mid-November through early December, and then the next low points will occur again mid to late June. So, any questions on expenses?
Any board member questions? Mr. Hankins?
Just go back to the line of credit. And I remember, Bob, Mr. Chady, that we had to approve that in June for July and August. So when you're looking at these maybe brush fires that are coming up, do we have to approve those early again, or is that something you can tap now that we're in the fiscal year?
So our current line of credit, while it's still open, we can no longer draw on it because you can't draw on it after June 30th. So that will essentially, again, it's open, it's going to close here by November 1st. The bank will close it essentially. So on November 5th, school board meeting, assuming there's a school board meeting on election day, hopefully there is, but the board will be asked to renew or open an existing line of credit. And we're in that process currently. We have bid proposals out to 6 or 7 different financial institutions. We've not done that before, but we were proactive and reached out to a number of area financial institutions and asked for their consideration of submitting a bid proposal to us. So you'll see that next week.
Excuse me, that's just normal year to year.
It is.
It's 3-month, 4-month lag.
Right. I did have one of the bankers reach out to me, and he's like, why the need? I don't see that you borrowed in the past. And I said, I cover your rear. It's always good to have it available. It doesn't cost us anything other than time to seek it. So I think it's always good to have that line of credit available if and when the situation occurs that you need it. Again, this mid-November time frame, I was doing the calculations this morning. We're gonna be within $1 million of, do we have enough or don't we? I think we can get through this low point without drawing on the line of credit and having interest expense, but it'll be nice to have it in place just in case things change.
Thank you. I was just equating, when I have a line of credit at home and you can just write a check. We have to kind of do it ahead of time.
So the board
for
will,
a 3-month period.
The board will approve the line of credit, and then the question is, does the board have to approve individual draws? Technically, I don't believe that it does. It's certainly my practice to make the board aware of that fact and that we're drawing from that, better for you to have knowledge.
Again, and not like we the board said $2.5 million back in June.
Correct.
Which you could or didn't have to draw on.
Right.
We'll do the same thing again then.
In all likelihood, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other expense questions? A few more slides. It's been 2+ hours, sorry. All right. General fund, talk about our staffing. So as of October 23rd, we've identified 62 vacant positions that are included in the budget for accounting purposes. We have annual expenses for those positions at just over $4.2 million. That does include the 9 special ed paras that the school board approved just last week. It's unlikely, right, that we're going to fill all of those positions. We certainly would love to. We would love to have qualified applicants to permit us to hire all of those positions because it's currently budgeted for. But the reality is it's unlikely to happen. Knowing that, I think it's safe to assume that we're going to have some staff savings there as a result of that. Now, some of the budgeted staffing is going to go to other staff members. We're going to have subs come in, so that some of that expense is going to be eaten away. And then likewise, we're going to have internal staff that are going to have to take on some students You know, they're going to get compensated internally. We call that blue sheet. Our staff will understand that. The public probably is what the heck's a blue sheet. That's the sheet that's used when staff cover for one another internally during their prep period, take on additional students for the course of the day. They need to be duly compensated accordingly. So I wish I could tell you we'd have $4.2 million in staff savings. That won't be the case, but how much is yet to be determined. But that's something to keep in mind. And again, as we reflect back on the if needed with regards to that $2.6 million transfer from the OPEB trust, this is going to factor into that as well.
Any questions? I have one, Mr. Chady. The blue sheet expenses, do you know what the average, you know, what are we spending for teachers to use their prep times to cover absences?
Good question, and I can't recall the specifics. I know that Kelly Yesden, prior to her retirement, had kind of worked out that costing for us. It's significant monies. Kelly, bless her, would keep all of those blue sheets in a 3-ring binder, and I think we still kind of continue that practice. And it's not a 2-inch 3-ring binder. I don't know if we can make things, right? I mean, there's a lot of blue sheets that go into it. You know, the blue sheet, that additional coverage, that certainly, and I would speak to both this and the addendums at the same time. The district spends a lot of money in these areas. It would be great if we can reduce that spending by filling some of our positions so that there's not a need for staff to cover one another. Yeah. As much as I think staff that cover appreciate the compensation, they'd probably prefer to have that smaller class size, not have to give up their prep period, et cetera. Yeah. Revenues, these next few charts are very similar to the charts that you saw at the preliminary budget and have been used in years past, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them. Total revenues between Fund 10, Fund 27, $109.9 million. 81.3% of that comes from the state. 90.6% comes from a combination of state and federal sources. Local property taxpayers contribute 4.72% of that value, $4,745,188 as identified there. Expenses by object listed here as well. You know, salaries and benefits at the very top of the page account for almost 60%. Again, in most districts, it's typically higher than that. Typically, you're about the 75, sometimes approaching 80 or going a little bit over 80%. The difference here is that we're paying a significant portion, this 8.56, no, I'd take it back, it's up here in the purchase services. Significant portion, about half of this 29% is payments to those external educational opportunities that our students are going to. So essentially, School District of Beloit is paying for staffing in those other institutions also.
May I just jump in with a quick clarification? So I realize like a lot of this is driven by open enrollment, but there is the statewide voucher program as well. So like even if we didn't have like students specifically going to voucher schools, we would still be paying into voucher school, like wouldn't we?
Yes.
Okay, so just wanted to clarify that because this is both open enrollment and a funding issue that the state of Wisconsin has determined that every public school has to contribute to all the voucher schools across the state, regardless of whether or not kids attend them in our community.
Expenses by function.
I'm sorry.
My bad.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chady. Any other board questions? I've got a couple on the expenses by object. Where do the employees 403B, is that under the 200 benefits?
Actually, it's not reflected there at all because the district does not contribute. Well, we do, yes. I believe there is one employee that receives a contribution to their 403B, and that would be exactly where that's reflected in that 200 benefit line. Yes.
Okay. And the workman's comp insurance, I'm assuming that's under 700?
Correct. 700 insurances line, yes.
Do you know how much would we pay for that?
Not off the top of my head. It's significant. You know, we just approved the payment today, about $28,000 a month. So cast that forward, what is that, probably $320,000-ish. Our workers' comp, just to share, our workers' comp carrier from last year declined to cover us going forward. So the carrier that covered us last year is not, but it is the carrier that we have today, and I'll explain. So workers' comp declined to cover. We went out to the market searching for other workers' compensation carriers to cover our needs. Our broker was unable to find any. So the state has a workers' comp pool that we applied. I mean, we had to be covered through that. They can't deny us. So we were covered through the workers' compensation pool. The compensation pool, I believe, has 4 or 6 carriers that administer the program on behalf of the state. So our application randomly assigned to one of the 6, right back at the workers' comp carrier that we had. However, the level of services that the district gets from the carrier is significantly different. In the past, we'd be able to get very specific reporting and regular information from, and now it's really kind of none of that. So they get a check from us of around $28,000, I think, monthly to cover those needs.
Thank you. Were we, just out of curiosity, were we dropped because of our financial situation, or?
No,
what was?
The entire insurance market, I mean, so our workers' comp, our property insurances went up significantly, our liability insurances went up significantly. The entire insurance market is just very tight currently. Carriers are not covering or taking on new business as much, and they're being a little bit more selective with who they do cover, and they're pricing appropriately, or for them appropriately. So as an example, last year, Ms. Miller, our business office admin assistant, literally filled out 60-plus pages of applications for different carriers, all of which basically essentially declined coverage to the district. So we will go through a similar process here, probably starting in December, to seek out both changes in our broker and trying to be more responsible with district assets to minimize expenses there for next year.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hankins?
Just weigh in from my business experience. Your workers' comp is you have to carry it, and it's based on your history on claims and the industry.
Correct.
And your carrier, it could change. I mean, your carrier is your carrier, and he could change workers' comp, and they could drop you because you had too many claims against you, or your rate or your percent goes up and down. It's percent of your payroll,
right,
as I remember it. Thank you.
There's a modification factor. 1.0 is kind of average or norm. We're higher than that, which is, you want to be lower if you can. We're higher than 1, but I can't remember the actual value that we're at. So.
But in saying that, we have to have it.
Right.
It's mandated.
Correct.
I mean, it's law.
Right. Yep. Something that we have to pay for. We also have to pay for unemployment. But unemployment, we only pay based upon claims that are actually charged back to the district. So some in the private industry have to pay a set monthly amount or annual amount for unemployment. Municipalities only have to contribute or pay the amount that's actually charged, kind of like a pay-as-you-go. Any other questions there? Expenses by function, again, you've seen this chart from prior presentations as well, updated with current values. Instruction and instructional support at the very top of the page, 58+% there. And you can kind of come down the page, and as we often do, we come down to the last 3 rows, our instructional service payments. This is our open enrolled out payments, $9.3 million for about 9.3%. Our private school voucher payments, $1.7 million, 1.7%. And our charter school payments, this is the independent charter school, $7.2 million, 7.2% there as well. Pie chart of the expenses by function. You probably have all seen that, so I'll skip through. Unassigned fund balance is listed here as well. This comes back to the unassigned fund balance. So that was that row immediately prior to the grand total fund balance. Beginning fund balance here for the 24-25 school year, just over 8.4. If we end neutral, like the original budget, balanced budgets presented, will also end up at that same value. And you'll note that the percentage of general fund expenses actually increases marginally to over 9%. And you're thinking, how can it increase if the fund balance amount doesn't change? But the total expenses for the district this year decrease, which then would increase that percentage. And again, the board policy is listed there, and I'll even quote the goals to maintain a minimum year-end balance for resources of at least 18% of the general fund expense budget. Any questions on anything before we get into the mill rate and the tax levy? Okay. So the top portion is simply a snippet from the revenue limit formula itself. Starting at the top, this row 13, our total allowable limited revenue, the total amount that we have available in the revenue limit formula is $5,248,417. We kind of come down the page a little bit to this 14A, our general fund operations. This is the tax levy, just under $4.3 million. Our Fund 38 non-referendum debt tax levy, $964,000 in some change. These two, along with this capital expenditure annual meeting approved Fund 41, which we don't do in Beloit, these three then are combined within the revenue limit formula. So we can't exceed. So that's why you see the total limited revenue to be used, this row 14, equals the same amount in row 13, the 5.2. Often referred to, and I hate to even say it, but some people will refer to it as taxing to the max. We're utilizing our full revenue limit authority, which we have to do. Outside of the revenue limit authority, there are some opportunities for us to also enact a tax levy. The first one here is in row 15A, the referendum approved Fund 39, which you'll see is 0. And again, in the preliminary budget, I think we had $105,000, $106,000 listed there. The Community Service Fund levy, Fund 80, was $250,000 in the preliminary budget, and we did increase that by $100,000 as we moved this SRO and the school security, I'm sorry, not the school security, but the after-school event security contracted services into the Community Service Fund. So our total fund levy, row 16, $5,598,417. You divide that value by the total the total equalized value for the district, and it ends up at this levy rate. You multiply that by 1,000, and then that's the amount essentially that kind of gets calculated in for property taxes. Couple of points to note out here. The total tax levy, all funds, again, that $5,598,000's got a little asterisk behind it. That's the lowest value that the school district of Beloit has levied in more than 30 years. The resulting mill rate, because of that calculation, $1.92 per $1,000 of property value, also has that asterisk. That's the lowest mill rate in the school district of Beloit in over 30 years. That $1.92 will be further reduced by a school levy tax credit that appears on your property tax bill. So the actual amount applied, or what property taxpayers will pay per $1,000 of value, will not be $1.92 in their instance. It'll be less than that. kind of hard to explain. It's a convoluted process, but just putting it out there that the property tax value will actually be less than $1.92 once that school levy tax credit gets applied to the property taxes by the city of Beloit or the townships and their clerks.
Mr. Chair, I just want to jump in on this thought. Are we saying, I just want to make sure for the public, 5 cents less, 10 cents less after the addition is added?
After the property tax levy credit is applied, no, it's gonna, if property owners look at their individual property tax bill in the upper right-hand corner, I think in the second row, far right, there's a tax levy credit amount that is applied, and that again is applied by the municipal business officials and clerks, not by the school. And as an example, one that I saw that Eric Miller presented at the library a week and a half or so ago was like a $270 reduction in that property's school portion of the levy. So it can be a pretty significant amount. And then the final slide, finally, is the tax levy impact. And you can see the all funds levy for the school district of Beloit approached $20 million back in 21-22. You know, again, 5.6 less than that here in 24-25. The mill rate traditionally has been in that $10 range. We've seen that slide, 4.7, 3.96, 1.92. Equalization aid next year's gonna go down for the school district of Beloit. The tax levy's gonna go up for the school district of Beloit. The mill rate's gonna go up for property taxpayers next year. I put my money on the table today about all of those statements coming true. So everybody's gonna see some significant relief this year and perhaps feel some significant pain then next year as things climb again because of this. Mill rate management, you know, I've heard it throughout my career that we want to try to avoid what we're seeing here. You know, we want to try to have stability in the mill rate. It's good practice for the district. It's good practice for property taxpayers as well. You know, nobody's going to be calling my phone to say thank you, you know, mid-December when property tax bills go out. A year from then, they'll be calling my phone to say, what the heck, you know, so. That's it. That's all I got. Apologize for the time.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chady. Any final questions or comments from the board?
Again, I don't have any questions. We've gone through this process. I thank you so much for your presentation. I know that understanding all the nuances of the budget are extensive, and it's really hard to plan a budget when the state doesn't give you your final numbers until 2 weeks before you have to have a finished budget. I mean, it becomes impossible. How can you plan anything? It'd be like any of us when we look at our budget for next year. Well, we'll let you know, you know, next June what your budget for 25 is really going to be. So we're already significantly into the school district before we get our numbers, which makes it very difficult to do that. I greatly appreciate all of the administration's hard work, not just here at COLAC, but even within all of the school buildings, as they worked hard to reduce the budget by the amount that's had to be reduced. Unfortunately, I can't say that we're not going to be in a we're not going to have to cut again next year to balance a budget. So there's still a lot of work that has to be done. I just greatly appreciate the amount of time and extra time that you put in, and probably many sleepless nights as you've gone through to do this. So thank you all very much. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Is that okay to jump in? Okay, cool. Yeah, no, thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to echo the gratitude everybody is making, I mean, I'm not in this district, but I'm a teacher and I understand, like, at every level, large and small, everybody is not only making cuts, but, you know, we're all making, like, the emotional and psychological sacrifices of having to do more with less to try to equitably and fully meet the needs of all of our kids, which is it's a massive task. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chady, Dr. Garrison, everybody who's taken the time and care to prepare this. And I guess I just want to, like, note that I think one of the things that we have to consider as a community, like, as we think about our budget, our schools, kind of where we're at, this is like the Matthew effect playing out, right? Like, so even going back to 1993, like, we've been a low revenue district, and that disadvantage has yielded further disadvantage, while districts that were not low revenue, their advantages have yielded further advantages, which is a widening gap. And so, you know, so that's just for some context. And I just think that we don't often get to put things into that perspective often, but I'm like, just want to say I'm just so proud of the increase that we've seen in our scores, given that Matthew effect that we've been dealing with for like 30 plus years now, working with disadvantage, begetting further disadvantage. And I think that also speaks very highly of the work that our teachers, our administrators at every level are doing every day. So thank you so much for helping us put that into perspective this evening.
Brian Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say, you know, great job to Mr. Chady and his team. You know, I know everybody put a lot of time into this. The reason I didn't have more questions because I thought everything was laid out kind of with a great amount of detail that kind of answers your questions before you have them. And the only comment I'd leave, you know, the group with is, you know, remember we last passed a deficit budget of maybe $4 million. And there's a difference between what's budgeted and what you spend, right? And so it kind of goes back, one of the slides talking about, you know, the budgeted positions in particular. And for those that are nervous about, well, we shouldn't use OPEB, we shouldn't do this, you know, the reality is, as much as we'd love to hire every position because they're budgeted and have every para in place and every teacher in place, likely we won't be able to do that. And so again, there's that budgeted amount of this 4.2 million that has vacant positions. There's just going to be a portion of that that's not going to be spent just because of the comings and goings of personnel in the district. And so when we talk about, in particular, the OPEB money that we may use to balance the budget, again, that's a budget balancing decision, not necessarily a spending decision. And so I don't want anybody to get too hung up on that. Again, love to hire everybody that we need because that's just what's best for the students in the district. But just be cognizant of the difference between the budget and what we're actually going to spend.
Any other comments or questions? Go ahead. Oh, okay. Well, I've got one, and it is about the OPEB spending. So we were at 400,000, and then now we're up above 2 million, and there may be some negative impact. We already have very low mill rates. I understand that, and for what we are paying as community members, we're paying out of our local taxes into our school district minimally. Why stop at 2.6 whatever? Was the question ever raised? We've got 62 open positions. Maybe if we took a little bit more out of OPEB and instead of asking our teachers to double their insurance, use some of that money to maybe reduce how much they have to contribute, or use some of that money to give raises or benefits or sign-on bonuses or something so that we can be properly staffed.
So the issue with proper staffing is probably more about your applicant pool, which to some extent, also is your ability to pay. The use of the OPEB trust resources, those assets, again, not sound financial policy. You're going to use those monies this year. Those expenses are going to continue next year, but we're not going to have the resources to continue to grab. It's like using your fund balance. You can only do that a certain number of times until the fund balance doesn't have any more money in it. So it's a strategy that's used. Not necessarily thrilled, but it is what it is where we're at today. But it's also a strategy that needs to be avoided in the future. So your thoughts about securing sufficient applicants, sufficient qualified applicants to fill positions, nobody would disagree with you on that. But it's about getting applicants to apply. Sometimes that may be a compensation issue, what we pay in the salary, maybe a signing bonus to get people here, might be something to consider. But at the same token, I look to my right, and we've got staff members sitting in the audience, and boy, you brought in my colleague, and he gets a $4,000 sign-on bonus, and I've been in the district 22 years, and I'm only making this. I may be making more in salary than him, but shouldn't I get that sign-on bonus, because I'm staying. So,
Right. I understand and thought about that myself earlier, but we're in the situation we are with.
If I can take it the next step, we can't operate as we have this year next year. I mean, I hope we're putting the 24-25 budget to bed soon. But the process needs to be different next year. We made significant reductions in expenses and staffing this year. We need a better process to address that in 25-26. Got plans, got thoughts on that, have shared that with some of my colleagues as well. We're going to have a budget deficit next year. If I had to put a number on it today, I would say probably in the $5 million range. We're going to have to go through this process again, and it's not going to be fun. And we just made a whole bunch of reductions, so the next set of reductions aren't any easier, right? It just becomes more and more painful. So the way out of the process is really threefold. One, you continue to you just continue to cut and cut and cut. At some point, you're going to get to the point where your expenditure reductions are impacting what you don't want to impact. You can seek an operational referendum to establish or seek additional community support. Doing expense reductions on its own is probably not going to get us to where we need to be. Seeking an operational referendum and just focusing on a need for additional revenues probably isn't going to get us where we need to be. The happy ground's in the middle, where you are both seeking the public's additional support and you're further making reductions within the budget. You have to find that balance point, that tipping point that's happy to everybody. The district's this is not good financial position. I mean, mill rate, $1.92 or whatever it is. Next year, it's going to jump back up to $4 plus probably $4 number without a referendum. And then if we were to ask for a referendum and the voters were to approve it, you can probably tack on an extra couple of bucks on top of that. So now you're going from a mill rate of $1.92. Haven't worked any of this through the model, peeps, so give me some latitude. But we're going from $1.92 to like $6.50 or more. That's painful, especially when you have this constant volatility over the last 3 years with the mill rate. Again, stability is the key.
And I agree with you completely with what you're saying. And that was another concern of mine with the OPEB money. And did your team discuss the possibility of going to a referendum in April and how the public will respond to us using OPEB money and the negative impact it would have in the future. How are we going to, I guess, sell this as a positive thing as we're thinking about asking them for more money?
Let me jump in on that thought.
Sure.
This is Dima. Thank you. First of all, Mr. Chady, thank you for your presentation. I think, again, it goes back to the entire team working to bring it to this conversation. To answer your question, Mrs. Johnson, there has been numerous years with a decline in our overall mill rate in the city. And so one could argue there's been savings in that conversation because of what is fact. We went from 10 to $1.92 and or less after the property taxes are equated in the end. And so you are, in essence, going from, again, that highest number, one could argue, all the way down to the lowest number, one could argue. And that's been happening over years here. And so I think one of the things that we can say to our public is for the past 8 or more years, one could argue, the number has been going down for us. And at some point, this was going to happen. It will inadvertently have to go back up again. And it's not because of we haven't made cuts. It's not because of we haven't done the hard thing in our school district. We've been doing that year over year over year over year over year. And so here we are, that balance of what we were trying to prevent in the school district, whether it was 478 or 611, and that number would have been lower this year after that $7 million of equalization aid came in, which we wouldn't have known about. So it wouldn't have went to 611. It would have probably been less than that. And I'm sharing that because, again, these things we just won't know until they actually happen in our school district. And so the vitality and the static conversation that we're working with, it just comes time to also look at what outputs we've been able to do, even in this conversation. Our outputs are simple. We have been able to show increases, even in the midst of $20+ million worth of reductions. So that's something else that we can also sell our public on, that in the midst of all of this, years of conversations around reductions, we've still been able to kind of maintain our overall academic achievement. And I say maintain and get, and we want to see those increases continue. And so we've been able to do that over the past 3 years. This year is still embargoed information. Hypothetically speaking, we may still see that change on November 19th. I think there's a lot of things that we can kind of pitch to our community around what we are doing, but in the end, it's still going to boil back to the citizens making a decision whether or not they want to support us in a referendum. And that's something that we will have to have all hands on deck with, both the community, both the administration, both board, both teachers, all of us, parents, right? All of us have to be on board with saying we're going to do this for who? The students and families of the school district of Beloit. That's who we're doing this for. And the more we have those types of come together conversations, maybe, again, these things could, come to fruition.
Thank you. Mr. Chady, I've got another question. I know the ad hoc committee had suggested a 25% goal to cut out of the budget of COLAC. And I forgot what number Mrs. Fox had said earlier. What percentage? 1.4%?
1.4 million.
Okay, and how much was cut?
500 and some thousand.
Okay, did you guys discuss about other potential cuts out of COLAC?
These are the cuts that we have brought forth. The 7, that's on slide 27 to be exact. 7.0 FTE reduction in the COLAC staff, and those are the reductions that we brought forth in our budget.
I
can't hear you.
There were
comments
reductions in COLAC staff position prior to the ad hoc committee as well. You asked the question of me, again, I think it's my job to assemble the pieces of the puzzle and not to necessarily make decisions about some of those pieces.
I wasn't asking who made the decisions.
Yeah.
Just wondering, it sounds like, if more of an effort was made to get to that 25% or not.
Sure. This effort, I'll answer that question again. This effort didn't just start this year and making cuts in our administration. This has been going on for the past 2 years. And so the $525,000 was an additional to what we've had already cut in the previous years as well. And so these are the cuts that we have. These are the cuts that we are believing that we can actually do. And this is where administration will stand. And those are my decisions in the end.
Thank you. Board Member Miller, questions?
Oh, yeah, no, I just wanted to react to that. I mean, I think both from what I heard from our administration this evening and from our ad hoc, all of whom have done wonderful work here, it feels like the goal of preparing the balanced budget is to prepare a balanced budget that preserves and sustains as much as we can. So I guess I'll just reiterate my thanks to both entities for giving us kind of just their time and the work and the information needed to make as minimal amount of cuts as possible, because the purpose of preparing the budget isn't to make cuts, it's to make the cuts necessary to have the optimal performance of our district so that we can sustain what is going well and preserve that work and set us up to continue to do so with the most minimal impact, right, to our institution and to our kids. So I just wanted to kind of weigh in on that.
Mr. Hankins?
Just an overall, one could argue that efficiency will help student achievement, streamlining, and so when we talk about student achievement, and yes, it is moving upward, and I think streamlining helps that. And I guess I do know the law of diminishing returns, and when we get to that point, I think we all know. But I do think it's a relatively good tool that we should be using and trying to get to that fine line, because our funds are limited, but that's the hand we're dealt. And we want to make sure we're using our funds to their most efficient for the students, staff, and our district. So I with a heavy heart, I know that we're all going through painful things, but in the end, a streamlined district will be a better district. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was from before.
No.
Any other board members wanting to weigh in? Any other questions before we loop back around?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I didn't want to cut anybody else off. Thank you. I just wanted to respond to that, and I don't want to get too far ahead into the 7th, but in the work that we've done as a board to sort of prepare our legislative priorities and agendas, I've done quite a bit of research, and I have, I think, 6 different pieces here, but I'll just share the one. All of the policy recommendations that are available that are peer-reviewed and from nonpartisan sources, including the Learning Policy Institute, will actually say the opposite. It doesn't produce better outcomes. There's not really a streamline. I mean, not that we should be willy-nilly. Of course, you want to be purposeful. I haven't seen evidence in our organizational structure that there's superfluous, inefficient work. We've seen really the opposite, and all the research that is out there, which I'm more than happy to share and plan to share on the 7th, research shows that when it comes to student achievement, money matters. There's article after article talking about, particularly in high poverty districts, the more investment that you put into those direct services and the people who create and sustain those direct services, right, which is our teachers and our administration, the better the student outcomes. And so I would just, not to be combative, that's just simply not the case. So I just wanted to kind of put that into the room. Certainly want to not spend willy-nilly unnecessarily, but we do want to make sure that we're being purposeful with our spending and not cutting to cut.
Any other board member questions or comments? Okay, that brings, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I do have a question. Not to belabor this, but of your presentation tonight, Mr. Chady, how many ad hoc recommendations that were made were utilized in the completion of your budget? I know that might be a big question, but just kind of a ballpark.
Well, I would say components of most.
Okay.
The level would be a bit different, right? So the college credit reimbursement, $15,000 for administrators, that's no more. So we did that in full.
Okay.
The Fund 80 transfers, we had estimated at $250,000. It's higher than that.
Right.
However, there are other areas, right? COLAC staffing was reduced, not by the $1.4 million. Building principals, we have a vacant principal position at Merrill currently, and I think we had a vacancy at the high school that instead of eliminating both an high school assistant principal and a BLA assistant principal, we've reallocated that individual to spend time at both buildings. Psychologists and counselors, there's been staffing changes to that as well. Gifted and talented, there's been staffing changes to that. To my knowledge, there's been no change in the Board of Ed salary, but I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Addendum contracts, 94,000 of the 250. Again, if I recall correctly, we spend about $800,000 in addendum pay every year. How much of that is like athletic related, I don't know. We'd have to get into those details, but purchase services, $500,000 was the target. We've made some reductions in there. I don't know if we hit the $500,000 ballpark. So each of the items that are listed, I think we've considered those things. Could there be more? Certainly. Do we need all of those assistant principals in any of the buildings? Not for me to determine.
Right.
Do we need pupil services staffing to help with behavior issues in school? Not for me to determine.
Right.
So.
Yep. I understand. I'm just asking the question because I know you don't have responsibility for that. I understand that.
Yeah.
I can clarify that up front. But
I value their work just as well, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
they put in a lot of effort. I appreciate the time. And honest to goodness, I hope that we have some semblance of that continue in the next process. Because I think that continues the work. I think the involvement of our school staff through the BEA and perhaps even a broader representation in the future and the involvement of additional community members, that's all good for the school district of Beloit. I don't know that there's a lot of fluff in the budget that's there, but there are certainly opportunities for efficiencies that Mr. Hankin mentioned. We got to find those and try to enact those.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I would agree with you 100%. I think we would be remiss if we just said goodbye to the ad hoc committee. We look at a different focus, a little different focus, maybe. I don't know. That would be up to them. But we can always get better. The more eyes and the more hands that are involved, the better we can all be. Correct? So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to public comment. Ms. Shope, is there any public comment tonight?
Well, there were quite a few more, but a lot of those people have left. So I have one or two here in the room, and then I have 2 emails. Do you want to start in the room, or?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the norms found on the back of your comment cards and in Board Policy 187, Public Participation at Board Meetings. We ask that each of you contribute to maintaining a respectful and orderly meeting and prevent discussing confidential matters in a public forum by following these norms for public comments during board meetings. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Ms. Shope, who's up first?
I have Pam Charles, and Marianne and Pierre have each yielded 3 minutes.
Good evening. Long meeting. I came with a lot more to say than I have to say now because a lot of it was covered in this. But two of my concerns were the SROs being moved to the Community Fund 80 and the spending of Fund 73 of $2.6 million. It seems like, and I'll just start with the SROs. We can say that other districts are doing it, but the question is how. Because when I listened to the ad hoc committee presentation of this idea, and when I listened to the finance committee presentation of this idea, it was said at both places, we need a new MOU, and we need to incorporate other schools into the program so that it's actually a community program, not just with our district. If you did those two things, you would have a totally different program. And then, if it was put into Fund 80 as this totally different, true community program, and a future board said we're getting rid of Fund 80, well then, like Mr. Chady said, then we would revert back to our old program, where it's just our district and our schools, and no one else is included in it. And it would be a whole different program, and we could bring it back into Fund 10 that way. Because it's pretty, it really worries me to think that this could be put into Fund 80 as is, and an auditor doesn't catch it, so it stays there unchanged, same MOU, same school district of Beloit, no one else is included in it. It sits there like it is now, and then suddenly an auditor discovers it one day. Or suddenly a board says, we don't want Fund 80 anymore. Because that does raise our levy. So, so a board in the future might say we don't want to do Fund 80 anymore, in which case we would lose our program. So I just hope that when you pass this budget that you will consider saying, okay, the thing is I heard Mr. Chady say that when you pass this budget, they can use up to 2.6. They don't need to come back to the board. So I'm assuming when you pass this budget, they'll also be able to move that money into Fund 80 without talking to the board. So when you do pass this budget, I hope that you will say that they need to come to the board to move the SROs into Fund 80. And you need to know that there's been a new MOU and that there's more schools involved, and this is truly a community service. Because when you look at the DPI, and I got all these right off of Mr. Chady's presentation, all of these must be true in order to qualify for Fund 80 for SROs. The police officer's primary responsibility is not to provide school security. That's not true for us. Their job description and agreement with the police department employing the officers specifies that the jurisdiction is not confined to the walls of school. It really pretty much is. Our SO officers communicate with service groups, churches, and other municipal teams, local businesses, and citizens to assist them in understanding the student issues in the community. I don't know that ours do that. The work schedule of the SRO is not limited to the work hours of the school day. Ours definitely is. It's right in the contract. We pay them overtime for games, but it's 8 to 4 otherwise. Students reach out to the SROs about issues on and off school property. I don't believe they are available to students off of school property, and possibly during the school day, but definitely not after. Students reach out to the SROs about issues. There is a concerted effort to document this as a community-wide program, and this documentation will be available to auditors. Okay, that we don't have, so we would need that. Based on these 6 requirements, our SRO program does not qualify for Community Programs and Services Fund 80. Additionally, the DPI says that costs are ineligible if they are costs that would be incurred by the school district if the community programs and services were not provided by the school district. So we have this cost right now. It is incurred by us. We can't just switch it over as is to Fund 80. It has to be changed. We have to look at how other districts like Monona did it. We're going to probably find out that they didn't just take what we have and put it in their Fund 80. It has to be changed. And I hope that in your motion to accept the budget, you'll make that really clear, that that would have to come back to the board for approval. And you would know if they did the right thing, because an MOU takes months to write. And, you know, you would know what's going on there and if they did it or didn't do it. I don't consider this a balanced budget this evening. I understand we're in a tough spot, but I don't think enough cuts were made. If you would have gone by even half of what the ad hoc committee suggested, we'd be in a much better place. COLAC, they cut about a third of what the ad hoc committee suggested, and they got raises. So I don't even know if you can say they cut a third. But enough was not done, and it's going to have to be done. And by spending this Fund 73 right now, you're kicking the can down the road. Next year budget has to be cut, you know, including what you didn't cut this year, because we're not going to have that Fund 73 forever. We're spending half of it this year, more than half of it. And then I want to say one other thing. Tia, you had a great idea about paying for sign-on bonuses. We have 30 teachers missing in our district right now, and we're talking about COLAC. We have 30 teachers that aren't there for children. Imagine sending your first grader to school knowing he doesn't have a teacher. This is just, to me, this is mind-blowing that we have 30 teachers missing. We should take $2 million of that money, which was, I believe, meant for teachers if it was retirement fund money. It was meant for them. Let's take that $2 million and let's pay every one of those 30 new hires that were missing. Let's pay them all a $5,000 sign-on bonus that's payable over 3 years. And then let's pay every teacher we have, because it would be a total of 400 we're talking about. Let's pay all the other ones a $5,000 longevity pay that's payable over 3 years. That's $2 million. It would go back to the teachers, and it would be something that teachers who are out there in the community looking for a job would say, look at this. Beloit's giving a $5,000 sign-on bonus. It wouldn't cost the taxpayers anything because we already paid it. But the way you're using that Fund 73 right now, it is going to cost the taxpayers because we're shifting it. But I do think that, please, I just ask you to be careful about this SRO thing. If we lose that, we're going to lose a lot more teachers, and we're going to lose kids like you've never seen before. School shootings and all the violence we have in our schools, we need those police officers. And please consider doing something for our teachers with the other $2 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schopp, who's next?
James?
Long meeting. Hi, my name is James Hoy, co-president of the BEA. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the budget and possible referendums. No matter what happens over the next 3 days with this current budget, I think we can all agree on one thing. We can't keep doing this. I don't think any of us have enjoyed this budget process that has brought us to where we are tonight and sitting in this long meeting. The district has had to cut tens of millions of dollars every year for the past few years. That's unprecedented. It's unsustainable. While attempting to keep these cuts away from the classroom, we all know that there still has been an effect on teaching and learning this school year. Despite the millions of dollars that are going to be cut this year, we already know that another multi-million-dollar deficit greets us next year. Regardless of your opinion about the current budget situation, we need to move past this once this discussion is over. I issued this challenge here a month or two ago, and I'll issue it again. I challenge all 7 board members to come together. I challenge the district administration. supporters in the community, and especially those who challenge the school district to come together to pass a spring referendum, because we cannot keep doing this. No matter how much we cut out of the budget, we're still going to have a deficit next year. A spring referendum has to happen, but it has to be done the right way, and we have to get everybody on board to make that happen. No matter how much we cut in the current budget, we still face massive budget cuts next year if we cannot get the community on board with a spring referendum that's student-focused, classroom-focused, and staff-focused. Having to continuously cut millions of dollars each year will continue to affect students and staff even more. Our goal, all of our goal, should be to retain staff, fill open positions, and change the perception of our district. But more importantly, our goal should be to continue to teach all of our students who are in our district and to keep increasing student achievement. We can't do that by having to cut millions of dollars every year. That goal is made so much harder because of that. It's time to put aside differences and work together with all of the stakeholders to get this done.
Thank you. Ms. Schopp?
Next, I have the 2 emails. Hello, my name is Paige. Unfortunately, I'm unable to make it to the meeting today, but wanted to express my concerns about some of the proposed budget cuts. I currently serve as school counselor at Gaston Elementary School. I'm a proud Beloit native and Beloit Memorial High School graduate. The greatest honor of my career has been to be able to come back to my hometown and serve the community that laid the foundation for where I am today. I am now grateful to also be raising my 2 young Beloiters of my own in this diverse and vibrant community that I love. I'm writing to address some of the concerns over proposed budget cuts in our district in order to balance our budget. Specifically, I am concerned about the impact that reducing student services positions and assistant principal positions would have on not only our district, but on our community as a whole. While the budget cut description of provide services to the buildings through shared staffing sounds like a student-centered decision, let me be clear. Counselors will not be able to provide the same level of services to students in a shared position. The American School Counselor Association recommends a counselor-to-student ratio of 1 to 250. Currently at Gaston, I'm already responsible for roughly 371 students, which is more than 120 students over the recommended ratio. In my service as a school counselor last year alone, I assisted in conducting 23 violent risk assessments, VRAs, facilitated 32 suicide risk assessments, and provided a higher level of social emotional learning and support to 44 students through small groups. The number of students needing this type of support is so high that I had to make the decisions to not offer a second group to any of the 37 students who participated in small groups with me the year before. I also taught 84 protective behavior classroom lessons, which provide information to students to help keep them safe from the abusive situations, but also encourages safe and healthy choices that students are in control of. I also referred countless students and families to resources in the community and responded to multiple daily crisis situations and behavior calls in addition to working with students individually. My days are packed and never boring, but I love my job and the students and families I serve. The current state of our district's financial situation is devastating, and I understand that difficult decisions need to be made. However, I implore you to ask yourselves if you are willing to allow cuts that would directly impact the safety of our students and staff. This school year alone, our team has conducted 9 VRAs. These VRAs provide a process to investigate potential threats to the safety and security of our learning environment, and then develop interventions for the students in an effort to reduce the potential risk of harm to anyone in our buildings. Especially in today's world, one of my biggest fears working in the education is tragedy striking our community through an act of violence or suicide. In my professional opinion, I do not believe that it would be wise or responsible to reduce the positions of individuals who are directly working to minimize these risks. Additionally, one of the repeated concerns that we hear from families choosing to send their children to other districts is the unacceptable behavior in our schools. Again, the school counselors, school psychologists, and assistant principals are 3 of the most involved positions, working on curbing these behaviors, not only in the responsible manner in the moment, but also in proactive ways, working to get children the support that they need and teach them the skills that they are lacking in order to be more successful moving forward. School counselors are uniquely trained to address the overall well-being of students by supporting social, emotional, academic, and career growth for all students. Research trends nationwide suggest lagging skills for children in the areas of emotional emotion regulation, and pro-social behavioral skills, especially since the COVID pandemic. School counselors play a pivotal role in providing support for students in these areas. Supporting the emotional well-being of the whole student body in turn helps to increase attendance and decrease referrals, two areas that we are still targeting for improvement as a district that would take a hit from losing the services that school counselors provide. There has to be a better solution than to compromise the safety and security of our students and staff. Thank you for your time. I do not envy your decisions, but I do ask that you carefully consider the implications of the suggestions made by the ad hoc committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last one is a letter from the League of Women Voters. The agenda for tonight's meeting includes a report from the Ad Hoc Finance Budget Committee, which, according to the minutes of the September 17th, 2024 meeting, has already been presented to the board. The Ad Hoc Finance Budget Committee met again on September 18th to receive information from the district, and again September 23rd to receive information on grants received by the district. According to the minutes, no action was taken. There were no more recommendations made. Why does this committee appear on the agenda tonight to do another report when their minutes don't reflect that they had any more information to offer to the board, district staff, or the community? If the school board has decided to take action on the report and adopt any of their recommendations, they should have done so weeks ago, which would have given the district staff enough time to incorporate any of these recommendations. As it is now, if you choose to adopt more recommendations, will this allow the district staff enough time to rewrite their budget before Wednesday's meeting on the budget? As we understand it, the budget is due on November 1st. The Ad Hoc Committee listed major cuts, many of which have indeed been made by the superintendent, some of them administrative staff cuts. The committee stated that it is recommending that all addendum contracts be reviewed and that reductions are to be made for a minimum of $250,000 in this area. Yet it also said that it wants to preserve classroom teachers and other staff most directly involved with students. This means that any of the outside activities, including sports, may not be funded. This action would affect students directly and consequently retention. The League asks you to consider this. How many students will want to attend a high school with no sports, no band, no theater, especially when these activities are some of our stellar programs? Think Essentially Ellington, for one, and the Fringe Festival in Scotland the theater group attended this summer, not to mention the importance of sports. These activities are crucial to student development and retention. We find it very hard to believe that the district would also cut psychologists and counselors who are important in our students' development and who help identify students' strengths to succeed. We thank the Ad Hoc Committee for their work and their advice. The superintendent and his staff are presenting a budget that meets the needs of the entire school district. We hope this is the budget which is approved on Wednesday at the budget meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shope. That brings us to discussion/action items, the Ad Hoc Finance Budget Committee recommendations. And just for clarification, Ms. Shope, that was the last email one. Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's see here. So this is on the agenda because the Ad Hoc Committee did present us with these recommendations, and I wanted to give the board the opportunity if they wanted to take any action on these. And I will open the floor. If there are no motions, I will. Oh.
I make a motion that we approve all the recommendations presented by the Ad Hoc Budget Committee that are also part of the administration's 24-25 budget presented this evening.
Okay. Is there the motion is to accept the ad hoc committee's recommendations that are also part of the district administration.
Presentation of tonight.
Okay, thank you.
May I interject with the
Michelle, did you get that?
friendly?
I'm sorry, one more time.
One more time. I'll speak slowly. Motion to approve all the recommendations presented by the Ad Hoc Budget Committee that are also part of the administration's 24-25 budget presented this evening.
May I offer a friendly amendment? Because I think I might have something written down that's similar, Vice President Nichols. I want to make sure that we're on the same page. So what I was going to throw out was just like move to acknowledge the contributions of the committee that are currently that are currently reflected in the administration's budget. So like, are we saying the same thing? Like, thank you for your work. The stuff that's in there, we're good, but we're not moving to include anything additional.
Well, I think the idea is to give them the credit for the work that they did,
right,
rather than just,
Yeah, I think we're same page. So maybe I don't need anything altered or adjusted, and that's what I'm seeking to clarify. So
okay.
Is that okay okay, I don't want to overstep. Okay, so basically what your motion amounts to, which is just verbalized different than what I'd written down, is that the outcome of this motion would be to acknowledge the work that was done, right? Like with gratitude for what has been then worked into our current budget presented by the administration. Also, we're not like making any changes to the, right, no. This is basically a motion to say like, thank you, let's give credit to the work and the recommendations that are reflected currently without any additional changes.
I think what I have here is less words.
No, I know. That wasn't my motion.
And very succinct.
No, I'm just seeking to clarify with lots of words so
okay.
I make sure that we all understand the words that you'd like us to vote on.
Okay.
Cool. So, yeah?
Again, I'm going to stick with what I got.
I don't want to change your motion language.
Okay.
I'm just seeking to clarify if our intentions were the same.
I think so.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I will second.
Okay.
We have a motion by Brian Nichols and a second by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Mr. Hankins.
So is that in fact true, Vice President Nichols?
Yes.
That we are... Okay, good answer.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm going to add a little humor. I'm sorry. We're late. So
I understand that. We're not going to go singularly through.
No.
We're just, thank you.
Just as stated.
Thank you.
Any other board questions or comments? So to sum it up, we are voting on the recommendations that are in alignment with the district administration's recommendations.
Yes.
So now I need to clarify again. Okay, so like there were recommendations though that are in alignment with our administration's recommendations, but like totals were different, numbers were different. So I just want to be really careful with our language, and then also just sort of suggest that like could we also acknowledge then like the work of our administration in working with our let's put this together, right? Like I'm not sure what the comment was there. Could you repeat it? Oh, okay, so that's the motion on the table, though, and I guess I just want to make sure that we're capturing the spirit of the work that was done that I think we've all heard that we'd like to carry forward, Ms. Charles. But in order to clarify, I first need to understand that, A, we're not voting to make any changes by accident with this motion language. We are not interfering at all with, this is like keeping our administration's recommendations fully intact. Mm-hmm. Awesome, so same page. 2, I think that what is beautiful about our ad hoc process was the coming together of our administration and community to share that work. Mm-hmm. And while I understand that the topic is, and I don't want to take away from the ad hoc, I guess I wanted to, in our discussion of the language, clarify that that is part of the acknowledgement that I was hoping to capture So I just wanted to just like put that into the room so everybody's clear on what we're voting on.
I actually am going to encourage every board member, and next meeting, I will bring a set of thank you cards. I'm going to encourage us to all sign and give each member a thank you card. I don't know that a board motion for a budget, I don't know if a thank you there is appropriate. So I think Vice President Nichols' motion is just, hey, this is the motion, this is our action, and then we as individuals, we're going to sign thank you cards and say, hey, thanks, we appreciate everything you're doing.
Then I'm not clear on what the motion was. I thought we were moving to acknowledge the contribution. Didn't you say something about giving credit, Board President or Vice President Nichols?
Okay, one more time. To approve all the recommendations presented by the Ad Hoc Budget Committee that are also part of the administration's 24-25 budget presented this evening.
Okay, so actually I did second because I really appreciated the giving credit piece because I think it's a nice demonstration of the work together. I guess what I'm confused about, though, is can we approve parts of a budget? Because I think, like, according to statute, don't we have to approve our final budget once we've adopted the, why can't I think of words, like the mill rate, right? So I'm like so excited about the spirit of what we're doing here, which is why I seconded it. But as I'm putting this, I don't know that we can approve parts of a budget.
We are approving the recommendations of the cuts, that the reductions that they are suggesting that also have been suggested by the district.
Got it. So
part of their presentation tonight.
So like when Mr. Chady a little while ago was like, here's the stuff. Okay, so we are voting to like approve that piece, so we're just approving those recommendations after the fact because the administration has already worked them in. Is that kind of what we're doing here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just the recommendations of those reductions. So we're not approving the budget that's Wednesday night's meeting. Hopefully it will be a very short one but I wanted to give us time to think about everything, if we had any final questions, if the public had any final questions. So basically, like the positions that we cut on October 1st, those layoffs, the administration already said, hey, we agree these layoffs need to be done. Mr. Hankins?
Right.
I'm tending to hear what Mrs. Miller is saying, because if we approve this, then we can't, it's off the table on Wednesday night.
No.
You're putting the ad hoc committee first.
Well, whatever they recommended, again, we're semantics here, but.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was up to anything, but then I started thinking what she was saying, that we are approving the portions of admin's and ad hoc's committee recommendations. Now, they haven't been segmented out, so I'm not sure what that is and what's left over. So the ones that they did agree on, we're approving tonight, right in this motion. And we're not segmenting out what they didn't agree on. But if we do approve this, then they're off the table for Wednesday night. That's how I hear it.
Got it. The final budget, correct me if I'm wrong, has to be approved Wednesday night to go to the DPI, the city, et cetera, and for the tax levy. That has to be done Wednesday night. No turning back, right? Okay, so that still stands for Wednesday night. This is just a motion to give what I believe is the ad hoc committees do for all the work that they did, and some of it was used, not all of it was used. We've already discussed that, but this is an acknowledgement for them.
May I ask a clear, see, I keep hearing you say acknowledgement, which is where I was at with you
Well,
prior.
okay.
But now I'm
Okay.
hearing that it's an acknowledgement, and it's like, I understand that it's not like a partial approval of the budget, so thank you for clarifying, but we're like approving something 48 hours before, and it's after the fact, and I feel like this is confusing in this group. So I feel like that opens us up to like a confusing situation that is unnecessary, because I think that, I mean, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I think that everyone has been very, like, grateful to everybody's work. There were great questions asked about the final product. You said Ms. Johnson's probably going to be like short meeting Wednesday. I mean, we should just approve this Wednesday, and I would be happy to come early and sign thank you notes at any time, because I'm totally on the same page with the spirit, I think, of what is occurring here, but I'm getting a little concerned about the conflation of acknowledgement and approving something to go into a thing that's already been done that we're also approving in 48 hours. So I'm going to withdraw that, and I guess I'm so sorry. Before we acknowledge anybody else in the room who's not on the board, I would just like to finish my thoughts. Is that okay? Cool. So I think I'm in a space where I'd like to withdraw my second, not because I disagree. I love where you're coming from. I'm just concerned that it's like opening up something that's not necessary, could potentially be confusing, and we're absolutely most likely going to do anyway. So perhaps like on Wednesday, we could work into our motion language, with acknowledgement, gratitude, credit to these, and maybe you can list out like these recommendations made by the ad hoc, right? To approve our district budget, which I think accomplishes the same thing in a more streamlined, like direct way when we are supposed to approve the budget. So I'm going to withdraw my second, if that's a thing, and I'm yielding the floor.
I'm not sure that's a thing in Robert's Rules of Order, is it?
I'll take a look. I'll take a look while I invite Mrs. Fox to the podium.
Yeah, okay. Oh, there we go. I hate to say this as the chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee, but I'm not sure I know how all this works. But I would think if you get a group of recommendations from an Ad Hoc Committee, you accept those recommendations, because I don't know of any group that you would get recommendations from that you're going to adopt fully, right? So you don't, to kind of do this piecemeal, I don't think is necessary. So you can just, say you are taking these under advisement, or however you want to word it. I'm not sure that you even need a motion for that. But we thank you for your acknowledgement, but I don't really think we need it. Do you? Our acknowledgement will be if you redo the ad hoc committee and come up with a whole bunch of other committees that work on the 25-26 budget. That's what we need. So, but I don't think we need a motion. I don't think we need an acknowledgement at this point, and we'll all look forward to our thank you notes. So,
thank you. Vice President Nichols, how do you want to proceed?
Okay. I rescind the motion.
Okay.
Sorry I took everybody's time. Thanks for staying.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Oh, what?
So moved.
Second. Third.
Motion by Megan Miller, seconded by Greg Schneider. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. See you Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
No, I appreciate it.
Actually, I thought I knew that. I thought, my phone was wrong. Okay, I was just saying, right away. I was